Good morning, my dear JEE warriors. I hope I'm audible and visible to all of you. Please let me know. Hi, Legit, Bharat, Lubero, Kedari, Jesus, Bharat, Ganesh. Welcome, Sai, Vivid, Mufasa, Kadri. I hope I'm audible and visible to all of you. Just let me know quickly in the chat box. Looks like I am. Hopefully, yep. Let's begin with a mega mock test of physics, chemistry, mathematics in that order only. And we have some amazing questions. There are some single correct. There are some, match the following, some multiple correct, and obviously integer or numeric type of questions. All mixed bag of questions so that you have an idea of how to attempt the paper specifically when it's a full syllabus test, mixed questions, varying difficulties, right? Different patterns. So, my dear students, make sure that you try to solve these questions on your own also. And if you are finding it difficult to solve, it's okay to watch the lecture as it is and just try to understand what is happening in the class with regards to the concept or how to approach the problem. Okay. So I'm going to approach the problem right from the basics. So let's begin with the class. This is your Captain Shreyas. I hope I am audible and you have smashed the like button for your favorite teachers on the Vedantu JEE English channel, which is your only JEE English channel and the #1 JEE English channel, my dear students, in the country, tackling all the problems one by one. Be it JEE Mains, be it VIT Triple E, be it JEE Advanced, and now BitSat and IIT classes also coming very, very soon. Okay, so get ready for the remaining classes of BitSat as well as ISER aptitude test. And 2026 classes also begin shortly. So let's begin with the first single correct answer type of question where a system of uniform cylinders are there and there are some plates. This is one plate, this is another plate. All the cylinders are identical. There is no slipping. That means everywhere pure rolling is happening. And the velocity of the lower and the upper plates are V and 2V. So this plate is pulled towards the left, this plate is pulled towards your right side. Then the ratio of the angular speeds of the upper cylinder by lower cylinder is how much? Now obviously visualize this. This is the flat ground surface which is at rest. If you pull this plate, these spheres will start rolling towards your left side. This one, on the other hand, the lower ground is moving towards the left, the upper plate is moving towards the right. So they will start rotating towards your clockwise direction. So let's see how to solve this particular question. Now the concept involved, one of the first concept involved in this question is, okay, this is very, very important, my dear students. See, if you have a sphere and let's say, or whatever, a wheel, okay, so let's say this is nothing but a wheel, then the most important point which is regards to the rolling. So wheel that is rolling, the most important point is the point of contact, the velocity of the point of contact is always going to be 0. The velocity of the center, if it is V, the topmost point, the velocity is going to be 2V. And lastly, the angular speed is the velocity of the center divided by the radius of the wheel. That is a very, very common theory or concept with regards to rolling. Center goes with V, the topmost point has 2V, bottommost point has 0. Angular speed is velocity of the center divided by the radius of the wheel. Okay, this much is clear. This much you remember, everyone? Okay, now what do we do next? Can you guess which sphere angular speed is easier to solve? Which sphere angular speed is easier to solve? I think it is the lower one. And as you can see, my dear students, over here, if you consider the lower sphere over here, okay, so the ground is at rest. The topmost point is in contact with the plate, and that plate is moving with a velocity of V. This point is moving with a velocity of V. Naturally then the center will have slightly lesser speed. And how much would that be? It would be V by 2 because this point will be at rest, which means when I try to find the angular speed of the lower wheel, angular speed of the lower wheel, then it will be velocity of the center, divided by the radius, velocity of the center is v by 2, radius is basically r, so omega low is v by 2r. This much is clear absolutely. Topmost point v, so center will have half the speed, because if this is 1, this is 2, if this is 1, this is half. So that's how it goes, 1:2 ratio. Now concentrate on the upper sphere. Concentrate on the upper sphere, like this one, any one of these, or any upper wheel that you can see over here. So that upper wheel, the interesting thing is, the upper plate is moving this side, the lower plate is moving this side. The velocities are as follows. This is v and this is 2v. But usually when we solve the problem, we make the point of contact at the lower surface at rest. So if I try to convert this problem, basically what do? I just convert this problem into a much simpler problem. How? Observe this now carefully. The same wheel I am taking, but now the lower surface, the point of contact, I will make it at rest. This is in a relative frame. To the middle plate or the lower plate over here. Then with respect to this point will appear to move this way. With which speed? Think about it. Can you guys put it in the chat box? If this point is going left, this point is going right, then with respect to this point, the upper point will appear to go with what relative velocity? Both are in the opposite direction, so the speed will add. So hence this will be basically 3 times of v. Got it? So then the midpoint, the center will have how much speed? I just gave you the theory. Topmost point has a speed 2v, the middle point will have half the speed. So this will have a speed of 3v by 2. Hence the angular velocity of the upper sphere will be again velocity of the center divided by the radius. Velocity of the center is 3v by 2 and radius is nothing but r. So 3v by 2r is the answer for the upper sphere. But that's not the question. The question is omega of the upper sphere upon omega of the lower wheel. So omega of the upper wheel is nothing but 3v by 2r. Omega of the lower wheel is nothing but v by 2r. 2r, v cancels. So this will be 3:1. So 3:1 is the correct answer, my dear students. Absolutely right. So beautiful concept on rolling and relative motion also considered in the same problem. Yeah. Okay, great. All right. Okay, find Ayarvasu. Fine, I will look into it once the results are out. Okay, don't worry. All right. Now, moving ahead to the next question coming up on your screen. A glass prism of some refractive index is immersed in water. A light beam is incident normally on the face AB and it is totally reflected on the face BC. Okay. If what is the condition? Just check this out. Okay, come on, my dear students. Okay, try to think about it. Meanwhile, just let me check one notification. Just hold on. Okay, let's have a look. For this particular question, it has to get internally reflected on the face BC and the light is falling on AB. Okay, if the light is falling on AB, that means it is coming like this and it will hit normally only. And because of that, it will continue its journey like this. There will be no change in the path because it is normal incidence and it should get totally internally reflected. That means it will go like this maybe. It will get totally internally reflected. There will be total internal reflection at this point. So let me also draw a normal over there. Let me also draw a normal at that particular point, something like this. And this will be basically that angle of incidence. This will be basically that angle of incidence. Now let's use some geometry, because we know for the total internal reflection to happen, for the total internal reflection to happen, what is the essential condition? That the angle of incidence should be more than the critical angle, should be more than the critical angle. Then the total internal reflection will happen. Can I find I in terms of theta? I think we can. Observe this carefully, my dear students. Okay, if this particular angle is theta and this is 90, then this angle will be 90 minus theta. Is that right? That will be nothing but 90 minus theta. This one, because this is a right angle triangle. Now, understand that this is also 90 degrees. This entire angle right over here, this particular angle is also 90 degrees. So out of that, if this is 90 minus theta, how much will I be equal to? How much will I be equal to? I will be nothing but 90 minus theta. That means it will be nothing but theta. So theta should be more than the critical angle. Theta should be more than the critical angle. That is the condition. That is the condition. Therefore, I can also say sine theta should be more than sine of that critical angle, taking sine on both the sides, taking sine on both the sides, and theta, sine theta being an increasing function continuously for between 0 to pi by 2. So if theta is more, then sine theta is also more than the critical angle sine. Okay, now what is the next thing? What is the sine of that particular critical angle? We all know there is a direct formula for that. And what is the direct formula? It is 1 by refractive index of the dense medium with respect to the rare medium, which is as good as saying refractive index of the rare medium upon refractive index of the dense medium. That's it. So therefore, I will get sine of theta to be more than, and finally I will be getting that answer. So what is the rare medium here and what is the dense medium here? As you can see, it is immersed in water. Water is the dense medium. Sorry, a prism is that dense medium, which is 1.5, and water, it is that rarer medium relatively, which is 4 by 3, which is 1.33. So therefore, that rare is nothing but 1.33, which is nothing but 4 by 3, and the dense is of glass, which is 1.5, or which is nothing but 3 by 2. So if you divide both of them, you will get 4 by 3, and here you will have 3 and 2 on the top. 4 2s are 8, 3 3s are 9. So sine theta should be more than 8 by 9. That is the right answer. Sine theta is more than 8 by 9, which is option number A. Very good, Ganesh, Tejit. Awesome, awesome, awesome. Great. Kudos. Proud of all of you, my dear students. Moving on to the next question on your screen. There is an infinite current carrying conductor PQ. You can see this. This is a long wire which is carrying current. So it will create its own magnetic field around it. Okay, there will be a magnetic field around this wire. AB and CD are smooth conducting rods. So there is no friction on AB or CD. They are parallel rods to that wire. And on that, there is another rod, which is a conductor, which is moving. That EF is a conductor which is moving with constant speed. The force needed to maintain the speed of EF is how much? A very interesting question. All the options look in logarithms, so maybe there is some integration or some kind of mathematical manipulation which might be needed. Now understand what happens over here. As this particular conductor, okay, moves down with some velocity of v, there will be motional EMF which will be created. And why is that motional EMF created? That also you should understand. See, there is this current which is I, this current which is I, that will create its own magnetic field. That will create its own magnetic field, and that magnetic field will be strong over here and it will be slightly weak over here. So it is going to be very, very strong on the left hand side as compared to the right hand side. So you can see the magnetic field lines are close. Here it is not that close. So it is very strong, it is very weak. So there is a motional EMF which is created. So the magnetic field by the wire PQ that induces induces motional EMF in that conductor EF. Because of that motional EMF, there will be a current which is developed in this circuit, and because of that current, there will be a force which will prevent it from moving ahead, and you will need an external force to pull it. So this is that external force to pull it. This force will try to oppose it. This will try to oppose it, and because the velocity is constant, the forces should balance out each other. So in order to keep the velocity constant, this is very, very important, I can say the force which is trying to oppose it will be balanced by the external force. Now, one way to solve the problem is finding this opposing force using ILB formula. Current into length into B is the magnetic force on a current carrying wire. Or another way is that the external power which you supply is balanced by or is being consumed by the power loss in the resistor. This is power loss in the resistor, and this is external power which is supplied. Both of them should balance each other, and this external power supplied will be external force multiplied by velocity, and this power loss will be nothing but the EMF which is generated square divided by resistance. EMF square by resistance is power loss, V square by R. So if I find E, my job is done. If I find the EMF, my job is done, because the next step only I will get the answer for external force. So therefore, my external force will be 1 by VR, 1 by V into R, and then we will have whatever is this particular EMF, the whole square. Whatever is this EMF, the whole square. So the only thing that I need to do is substitute what that EMF is to substitute what that EMF is. So what is that EMF going to be? Let's think. It is not simple. It is not BLV. Why is it not BLV? Why is it not BLV? Think about it. Because B is not constant everywhere. So we need to integrate that part also. So let me just go back and let me just try to figure out how much is that particular motional EMF. So if you look at that particular rod, the magnetic field is changing at different places. So let's say I take any random distance r. If I take random distance r, the magnetic field, or maybe I can just take it as x only, the magnetic field will be mu naught I divided by 2 pi x. That is the magnetic field at that point, mu naught I by 2 pi x. And if you take a small length over here, if you take a small length dx over here, that is moving with a velocity of v, the small EMF will be nothing but BL, L is dx into V, which is just V only, and magnetic field. The magnetic field is nothing but mu naught I by 2 pi x, and rest of the things will be as it is, which is dx into V. So that is dE, but I want the total EMF. So the total EMF will be integral of dE, will be integration of dE. Therefore, the total EMF will be, check what are the constants. Mu naught is a constant, I is a constant, V is a constant, 2 pi is also a constant, and I'm just left with dx by x. What will be the limits? Well, the distance from the wire starts with A and goes till B, because this end to this end, the distance is A to B. So the limits will be from A to B. Everybody understands this? Why it is from A to B? Everyone? Very good. Awesome. Now, what is the next step? Let's check this out. So this will be mu naught I into V divided by 2 pi. 1 by x's integration is log of x. So this will be nothing but log of B minus log of A. But we know log B minus log A will be log of B by A. So this will be nothing but mu naught IV divided by 2 pi. So this will be nothing but ln B by A. Log x minus log y is log x by y, right? Direct formula. So we got the EMF, just substitute that over here. Where is it? Yeah, so it is mu naught I V divided by 2 pi log B by A, ln B by A whole square. So this is the final answer. Very, very simple. So yes, 1 by VR mu naught IV by 2 pi log B by A the whole square. That is absolutely correct, my dear students. Got it? Did you love this question? Because you could not solve this question without integration. Yep, integration was needed to solve this question because, you know, the magnetic field was varying. So we had to first of all figure out that EMF across these ends by finding small EMFs, motional EMFs across small parts of that conductor from the appropriate limits of A to B, and then use this EMF in the power formula, because power which is being supplied will be consumed in the resistor in the form of heat. So power loss is power being consumed in the resistor, because kinetic energy is not gained. Kinetic energy is constant because speed is constant. So that is also another way of looking at this. The kinetic energy is constant. So whatever you are giving is being consumed. Nothing is left over or nothing is extra which is consumed. That is the concept of this. Okay. How to answer using equating forces? If you had to do it using equating forces, then the opposing force will be I into L into B, and this current will be EMF by resistance. So if you do the same thing, again you will get the same answer. ILB, but again the problem will be B will not be constant, B will be variable. So since it is variable, so that therefore you will integrate this. To find out the total force. Got it? Either case you will need one integration for sure. Yeah. Is that okay, Tejit? Absolutely clear. B is variable, so you will have to integrate the force to find the net force. Cool. All right. Moving on to the next question on your screen. As shown in the circuit, wow, we have a crazy RC circuit. It is not a simple RC circuit. Each capacitance is C, each resistance is R. The cell is ideal, good for us. Then the question is the magnitude. That means I'm not interested whether it is positive or negative. Just give me the mod value of the voltage difference across this capacitor number 3. This is C1, this is C2, this is C3. But all three of them have same capacitance C. All the resistors are R. So what is it that the voltage difference will be across that capacitance? Okay, let's try to think about it. Options are there. It's a single correct question. Now, I'll tell you what. Capacitor blocks current. We should know that simple fact. Any capacitor in steady state blocks current. So blocks the current. So if you visualize the circuit again properly, okay, if you visualize the same circuit again properly, just observe this now. This battery is there. You have this resistor, you have this resistor, and you have this resistor. Capacitors will not allow only any current. Every resistor is R. And we are mainly interested in these 2 points over here. But this point is same as this point, but there is a capacitor in between. So there might be some voltage difference. So I do not know what is that. So for now, I'll just mark it with a different color, which signifies a different voltage or different potential. So this point is exactly over here. And this particular point is exactly over here. Is this absolutely clear? This is the reduced circuit because capacitors block the current. Because capacitors will block any kind of current. So if at all any current has to flow also, that current will come like this. It will come like this and it will get distributed here and here, and it will again come over here like this. It will collect over here and it will flow like this in this particular branch. So it goes like this, it splits into two halves and again collects and again comes to the battery. And the currents will split equally because the resistors are equal. It's a very symmetrical circuit in terms of resistance. Okay, everyone fine till this point? Now what next? See, by symmetry, whatever this point is also going to have the same voltage, agree or not? If this is V1, this will be also V1, and if this is V2, even this point will be same voltage. This point will be same voltage, yes or no, everyone? Perfect. Now next point, observe carefully what I'm trying to do over here. Okay, see, this battery is creating some voltage difference. So if I assume by method of potentials, this is 0 volts, take reference 0 volts, 0 volts, then this particular point and this particular point will be V volts. This will be nothing but V volts. Everybody agrees with this? So this is 0 volts, this is 0 volts, this is also 0 volts. Then this will be V volts, V volts and V volts. And since all the resistors are equal voltages will be dropped. So therefore, I can say equal voltage drop across all three resistors in both the branches, and that voltage drop will be V by 3. So therefore, I can immediately say the voltage difference across this resistor is V by 3. So V2 will be V by 3. Can you guess what is the value of V1? Come on, my dear students. I want everybody to guess what is the value of V1. Every resistor V by 3, V by 3, V by 3. So from 0, you add V by 3. V2, you add V by 3, you will get this. Add V by 3, you will get V. So V by 3, this will be 2V by 3 and this will be V. Yes, exactly. So this will be nothing but 2 times V divided by 3. 2 times V divided by 3. Now, remember the question is something else. The question is to figure out the voltage difference between this point and this point. This point is at a different voltage altogether. But you know what? I just realized one thing. I just got one nice thing, that this point and this point have the same voltage. That means this point and this point have the same voltage. Can you check capacitor C1 and C2? Can you check capacitor C1 and C2? They are across this blue-green, that means same voltage difference. So can I say C1 and C2 have the same potential difference? That means the charges on them will be such that, you know, they are in a parallel arrangement. It's like a parallel arrangement. So can I not say this entire circuit now can be rethought of like this? This is your capacitance 3, and you can think as if one capacitor is over here and another capacitor is over here. Yep. And the blue one is right over here. The blue one is this V1, and the pink one is right over here, which is nothing but V2, and the green one, I can call it some name, maybe V3. It is right over here. Just check this out. Both C1 and C2 are in parallel, guys. This is very, very interesting. C1 and C2 are in parallel. Now C1 and C2 are in parallel, since the potential difference across them, which is nothing but what is that? Now V1 minus V3 is going to be the same. The potential difference V1 minus V3, V1 minus V3, V1 minus V3 is the same. Is that right? Okay. So if you reduce this circuit further, this capacitance will now become 2C, and you just have one capacitance over here. Okay. And this is nothing but V1, which is nothing but, we just got it as 2V by 3. And over here, this is nothing but V2, which is nothing but V by 3. And We just do not know what is this, because if I know this, I can immediately find the answer. Because read the question carefully. The question says find the voltage difference across this, across this capacitor. Across this capacitor. So voltage drop across capacitor number 3 will be, where is it? Will be nothing but V3 minus V2. Will be nothing but V3 minus V2. And V2 is something which I know. V2 is something which I know, which is nothing but, how much is it? Where did it go? Array. V2 is V by 3. V2 is nothing but V by 3. So the only thing I do not know is the value of V3. The moment I get V3, my job is done. I can immediately figure out what is this voltage, which is exactly the question. Which is exactly the question. So till this point we have come. So finding this should not be that difficult, I assume. Let's try to find that out. How do I find V3, guys? How do I find V3? Come on. Multiple ways are there. The charges on both the capacitors will be the same. Charges on both the capacitors will be the same. Why? Because they are in series. So if this has a charge of Q, this will be also Q. Both of them are in series. So we can say that charge is same in series. And charge is nothing but capacitance multiplied by voltage difference. That's it. You can do the math and now you can get it. Charge is capacitance. Capacitance is nothing but what is it? 2C. So check this out. So capacitance is nothing but 2 times of C and multiplied by voltage difference. Here the capacitance is C. What is the voltage difference on the left hand side? What is the voltage difference on the left hand side? So it is 2V minus 3. It is nothing but, let me put 2C over here. It is nothing but, check this out, 2V by 3 minus your V3. Minus V3. This is the voltage difference across capacitance 2C. Charge is capacitance multiplied by voltage difference. That's it. Same thing if you do over here, it will be V3. It will be V3 minus V by 3. Solve this, guys, and you will get the answer. It's not that difficult. This C and this C will cancel. You can solve this and tell me what is it that you are getting the answer for V3 as. Tell me quickly, guys, what is the answer that you are getting for V3? Come on. Come on. What is the answer that you are getting for V3? Solve this and tell me what is the answer that you are getting. Quickly, my dear students. Everyone. Yep. Come on. What is it? Vari Kupala, I have years of experience. It's after a point of time that, you know, that needs complete, I would say you need to refresh yourself every year. It's not like if I've solved these questions 10 years back, I will be able to do it after 10 years. So it's just that I'm in constant touch. So, it's not about, these years of experience why I'm able to solve these questions. It's just that every year I'm solving new questions, or, I keep updating myself. That's all. So you just need to be in constant touch. You need to be practicing regularly. You will be able to do it. Okay? Cool, guys? Perfect. So what is the answer, my dear students? What is it that you are getting? What is it that you are getting the value of V3 as? 5V by 9? 5V by 9. Okay. Many students are saying 5V by 9. Just substitute that over here and see what is it that you get. So this will be 5V minus 3V divided by 9 after taking the LCM. So this will be 2V divided by 9. 2V divided by 9 is there as option number D. Yes, it is. Option number D, guys. Very good. Awesomeness. Perfect. So that's how you solve this question. The catch in this problem was, number one, figuring out when capacitors are blocking the current, how will the circuit look like? And then figuring out the current distribution and the voltages at different points. First thing. Second thing, to realize that these capacitors are not normal capacitors. I mean, there is a beautiful arrangement which you can do because of the voltage differences and being same. You can consider these two capacitors in parallel, and this we were able to realize only because of symmetry and drawing the reduced circuit. Once that was done, we found out how the reduced capacitive circuit will look like, and then we started marking the voltages and whatever is unknown. And then because they are in series, that is the next concept, the voltages, sorry, the charges will be the same. That means capacitance into voltage difference will be the same. And then substituting that, we got the answer for this intermediate voltage. But that was not us, the difference was us. So we took V3 minus V2 eventually. V3 minus V2 eventually. Beautiful question, guys. Moving on to the next one. Okay. Yes. Brawl, the test you can give it, as per your wish. Whenever you want, you will be getting the PDF later on. Okay, this particular question I have kept it for homework. You can solve it later on. The answer is there in the PDF, which will be uploaded in couple of hours by the end of the day. Try to solve this. Take a screenshot of this. I will just move aside. Just take a screenshot of this. Okay, everyone done taking a screenshot? Okay, perfect. So we will just go to the next question. All right. This question is numeric, integer type or decimal value type, numeric type. So the answer will be in decimal places, not like JEE means. It might come up to 2 decimal places also sometimes. A uniform disk of mass m and radius r is rolling without slipping on a smooth surface. The disk collides with a rough wall having coefficient of restitution 0.6. If the disk rolls without slipping after collision with the wall and the coefficient of friction is n by 10, then the value of n is. Interesting question, guys. Very, very nice question. See, this is a disk which is rolling like this. It goes and it hits this surface, and then it immediately reverses and comes. But now when it comes back, it will come with lesser speed. Why? Because there is friction, energy loss. So energy is not conserved. Okay, momentum is also not conserved if you think about it, because force is there, impulse is there. Okay, and it comes back with a slightly lesser speed, and there is friction, and it is also rolling even after the collision. So it goes like that, hits, and again comes back. Interesting. So let's try to solve the question, guys. Okay, let's try to solve the question. So this is basically your first diagram. It is going like that, and later on what happens is that this particular sphere which is there right over here, once it comes back, once that same sphere will come back like this. Okay, so while going here, oh my god, this much big is not needed. Just lower the small one. So it's going here with some speed. It also has some kind of angular velocity. So let's say that the angular velocity was v by r, and it is clearly mentioned it's a disk. When it hits this particular surface, when it hits this particular surface over here, what exactly might be happening? Let's try to visualize that. So if you think about it, when that is in contact, when that sphere is in contact, there will be definitely some kind of an impulsive force. This will be a impulsive force, normal. This will be an impulsive force. And because it was rolling like this, the friction will also act in this manner for some time. So let's say it is in contact. It is in contact for delta t time. For delta t time. So this friction will reverse the direction of the angular velocity. So the angular velocity goes like this. And it also reverses the direction of the velocity. Which one? The normal. The normal gives an impulse and the velocity becomes like this. So this is the velocity. Oops, just happened. This is the velocity afterwards. This is the velocity after the collision. But how much will that be? We can figure it out. It's not that difficult because coefficient of restitution is given. Where is it? 0.6. Okay, it is given to us, so we can find that out. We all know that E, the value of E is nothing but the relative speed of separation upon relative speed of approach. Relative speed of separation after the collision, and this relative speed of approach, this is before the collision. So can you see relative speed after the separation is nothing but, let's say, v2, and relative speed before the collision while it is approaching this surface, it is nothing but v. Therefore this v2 will be e times of v. So this particular velocity will be e times of v. What about this angular velocity? Because it is mentioned in the question, the disk rolls without slipping after the collision. It is clearly mentioned after the collision also it rolls. So this omega final or omega 2, I can say it is v2 by r, because of v2 being e times of v, so it will be ev divided by r. Is that right, everyone? Till this point absolutely clear? Okay, and why did I say this? Because it is still rolling. It is still going to be in rolling condition. This was also because it was rolling, I could say this, or else omega is not equal to v by r. Okay, now what to do next? Because momentum is not conserved, energy is not conserved, so maybe I have to do it with the method of impulses, of impulsive torque or impulsive force, and then find the change in momentum, and maybe I'll get the answer. Okay, so let's try that. This impulse will change the momentum. That's what impulse does. It changes the momentum. So I can say impulse is basically the change in momentum. The change in momentum. I can say that. Is that right? So let's write what is the impulse. Impulse is nothing but n into delta t. N into delta t. Final momentum minus initial momentum. Final momentum is mass into v2. Initial momentum is negative because it is in this direction, so it is just m into v. So therefore it will be m into e into v. Minus minus is plus, so therefore it will be mv into 1 plus e. That is nothing but your n into delta t. That is nothing but your n into delta t. Now let's talk about friction also. Friction is also acting like this. Notice this is your friction. This is your friction which is acting like that. So similarly I can say that impulsive torque will create change in angular momentum. Change in angular momentum. Angular momentum. What is that impulsive torque? R into F, radius into F into delta t. Change in angular momentum is moment of inertia into final angular velocity minus moment of inertia into initial angular velocity, but do not forget the sign which will be minus. Why is this minus? Because of the direction. If final velocity was like this, which is same as the direction of the torque, which is clockwise, then the initial velocity will be anti-clockwise because it is this way. Initial angular velocity is in the negative direction, so that's why the minus sign. The signs are of critical value here. If you miss the sign, gone. Your entire solution will be wrong. You will get a different answer only. Is that clear, everyone? Is that clear, everyone? Give me a thumbs up. And if you have forgotten to smash the like button, please smash the like button right away, right now. It's very important. Okay. Now what is F? F is nothing but friction, which is mu into n, because it is kinetic friction. Mu into n is justified. So radius into coefficient of friction into normal force into delta t will be equal to moment of inertia is common, and here we'll have omega 2 plus omega. That is what I am saying. But wait a minute, I know what is n into delta t. Can you see this? N delta t has just been written down over here. So instead of n delta t, I can just put it as mass into v into 1 plus e. Rest all terms are as it is. Therefore, r is the radius, mu is mu only, is equal to moment of inertia is mass into r square divided by 2. omega final is nothing but EV divided by R, and omega initial will be nothing but V by R. Just I have substituted these values. Just check this out. EV by R, and from there V by R. That's all. I have substituted these values. Many things are getting cancelled, as I can see very clearly, like this R and this R, this mass and this mass, this velocity and velocity over here, and even one of the R's inside is getting cancelled with the remaining R. So I'm left with really very few things over here. So mu into 1 plus E is equal to 1 by 2 into, what is it? E plus 1. Oh my god. 1 plus E and E plus 1, they are the same thing, isn't it? They will get cancelled again, isn't it, guys? This and this just got cancelled, and I'm left with just the value of mu, which is nothing but half, which means mu is nothing but 0.5, which is nothing but 5 divided by 10. I think the answer was asked like that, n by 10. So basically, this is our value of n. So n is basically 5. N is basically 5 or 0.5, you can say. Okay, perfect. 0.5 was the answer. So n value will be 5. Absolutely clear. Best part, E value was not even needed. Mass was not even needed. Radius was not even needed. So it feels like data is insufficient at times. But actually, when you keep solving it in terms of variables, and at the end when you substitute it, we saw most of the things were not even needed. So if this E was not even given to us, let's say this 0.6 was not even given to us, we could still solve the problem. And it is in fact saying that it is independent of E because it is getting cancelled. Because nowhere did I substitute anything. So it's only dependent on the moment of inertia, meaning the shape, the size of the disk. That's all. The nature of the wheel, basically. Because if moment of inertia will change, this will change, this will change, this will change, mu will be affected by it. So if it's a rolling solid sphere or a hollow sphere or a disk or a cylinder, that will change the value of mu. Mass, radius or restitution is not affecting it in any way as such. Isn't it amazing, guys? Loved the question. How many of you loved the question? Give a heart. Put a red heart, guys, because this was one of the fantastic question which you can see over here. Moving to the next one on your screen. Observe. A square carpet of some mass is being dragged from one room to the other room via a corridor, and the width of the corridor is the same as the width of the carpet. The friction coefficient is 0.1 at this point, and it is 0.2 on the other side, and it changes linearly in between the corridor. The carpet passes the floor uniformly. Okay, if the amount of work done must be done to drag the carpet slowly from the first room to the other room is x joules, then find the value of x. That is the question. Okay, very interesting question, guys. So in this corridor, you are pulling this particular carpet slowly, and the question is how much work has to be done. Let me put up another slide. See, first of all, let's understand one thing. This is your first room, this is your second room, this is the corridor in between, and in that corridor you are taking this carpet slowly and the friction is changing. So if it is 0.1 here and 0.2 here, and let's say the length of the corridor is already mentioned, how much is it? It is 2 meters. So this is like saying at x equals to 0, mu is equal to 0.1. At x equals to 2, mu is equal to 0.2. So if I am somewhere in between at any point x, what is the value of mu going to be? It's very simple, guys. Think about it. It is bare minimum 0.1. So it will be 0.1 plus. How much is the change per unit length? The change is 0.2 minus 0.1 divided by the total length, which is 2. This is how much the friction changes per meter. But I have traveled x meters, so you multiply it with x. So therefore, our coefficient of friction will be 0.1 plus 0.1 x divided by 2. 0.1 x divided by 2. or you can also say mu is nothing but 1 by 10 is common, 1 plus x by 2. So this mu is basically a variable in the corridor, So the coefficient of friction is definitely changing. All right, very good, great. Now what to do? Now what do we do? If you take any one strip, when it goes through the corridor, it undergoes work done against friction, and you are pulling it, and at every point friction is different, frictional force is different, so your pulling effort will be different, and that is why the work done will be by a variable force. So very, very interesting. Now observe carefully. If you take any element, let's say I call that element size as delta L, and I'm right now at some distance of whatever that x, and I start from one side of the corridor. So I start from one side of the corridor, and I go to the other side of the corridor, and I'm traveling this particular distance of 2 meters. So I can say any element of the carpet, which is now called delta L, moves through variable friction, moves through variable friction. So the work done will be also delta W in total, which is integration of d delta W, and that d delta W means the integration of that small force which is acting on it for that distance, or that I would say that frictional force which is acting on that element multiplied by that displacement that it does. It does a small displacement dx. So force into dx integrated from here to here, I will get the work done for that particular element. So what is that frictional force after all? That frictional force will be the mass into mu into g, mu mg, right? And this dx will be as it is. What is the mass of that particular element? Well, just think about it. That entire carpet which was there, I can divide it into small elements like this. I can divide it into small elements like this. These are the small elements. Okay, this will continue on both the sides. So the total mass of that particular carpet was 20 kg, was basically 20 kg, and the width of the carpet is the same as the width of the corridor, so it is 2m. So can I say each of them will be delta m mass? Each of them will have delta m mass each. So delta m by delta L will be nothing but the total mass divided by the total length, 20 kg divided by 2 meters. So therefore delta m by delta L will be 10 kg per meter. So therefore delta m will be 10 multiplied by delta L kgs per meter. So each mass is 10 times delta L. All right, kg per meter into meter, if you multiply it, then that meter will get cancelled because length is in meters, so that meter will cancel. So you'll get the answer in kg. So 10 delta L. So delta m is nothing but 10 times of delta L. Mu value, I think, is a variable. Mu value is nothing but a variable. 1 by 10, 1 plus x by 2. It is 1 by 10 into 1 plus x by 2. The value of g is nothing but 10. and that then last put dx. So this is nothing but the value of G. This is nothing but the value of delta. 10 will cancel. This 10 will come outside. This delta L will also come outside. These two 10s have just got cancelled. Okay, I just cancelled this. This 10 has come outside. Delta L also has come outside. And I am left with integration of 1 plus x by 2 dx. Limits will be 0 to 2 meters. Just check this out. How much will it come out to be? 10 delta L. This will be nothing but dx's integration is x. So 2 plus 1 by 2 is there. X square by 2. That means 2 square by 2. That's what it will be. So it will be 10 times delta L, and this will be nothing but 2 plus 1, which is nothing but 3. Is that right? 2 plus 1, which is nothing but 3. So this will be nothing but 30 times of delta L. Yep, 30 times of delta L. So that is the work done for a small element. Work done for a small element. So therefore, think about it. The total work, which will be the sum of all the small work done for each element. This is the total work done. This is the total work done. That will be nothing but summation of nothing but 30 times of delta L. 30 is just a constant. 30 is just a constant. And delta L, delta L, delta L. How many such delta L's, guys? How many? It is basically for 2 meters. So the total length that we are talking about, when you sum up delta L, you will be basically getting 2 meters. So 30 into 2, which is basically 60. So 60 joules is the total work done. 60 joules is nothing but the total work done. That's it. That is the answer. Yep, that is correct. Absolutely correct. Everyone, till this point, clear? Shall we go ahead? Very good. So the beautiful part about this question was that friction was variable. And to understand this concept, we have been given that the friction here is 0.1, here it is 0.2, and it is changing linearly. So it should be of the form y is equal to c plus mx, c being the constant bare minimum, plus the rate at which it is changing per unit length into x. So it is exactly like a straight line equation, c plus m into x. You can see that. So this is 0.1. So at any point, it will be 0.1 plus some added values of the friction. So for 2 meters, the friction added is 0.1, because 0.2 minus 0.1 is 0.1 for every 2 meters. So for every 1 meter, this is what this ratio gives me. So change in friction per unit length. But when I travel x units, how much will be that increase? So that's why you multiply by x and add it to 0.1, because you know the total friction will be this friction plus the added friction as I progress or move ahead. Okay, is this absolutely clear, everyone? Did you understand how we got this equation? Once I get mu, I keep it separate, and I have divided the carpet into small elements. Delta length, delta mass per unit length is same. So total mass 20, total length 2. I found out the mass of any one element, and then I moved any one such element from one end to the other end, and I found out how much work is done for that particular element. The work done for that particular element through that rough patch of that corridor. That's it. So once I do that, the job is done. Is that clear, everyone? Okay, very good. Awesome. So Purkil, I wouldn't suggest you to do it via average force, because not necessarily every time, you know, the functions are linear for work. I mean, you do not know, maybe friction is linear, but maybe, you know, the average force might not be linear, or maybe the average work done might not be linear. So never take average as the first value and last value divided by 2. Do not do that, because that might not always give you the correct answer. Okay, so be careful before using that. Best to do it is via integration only. Cool? Yes. Awesome. Let's go. And some of you are spamming and interested in some stupid chat, guys. Please buzz off. Do not waste others' time. If you want to ask where you are, what are you doing, which city, what language, Guys, focus should be on IIT. If you are going to do this, IIT is not for you. Understand? You should be focused for JEE Advanced classes. You cannot disturb the class, or you cannot, especially on YouTube, and we cannot be interested in where everybody is and asking each other's IDs. What are you guys doing? Come on, focus. Oil is entering this particular bent pipe in the horizontal plane. Okay, everything is horizontal. It is not going up. So it is not at a height. It's in a flat plane. The pipe is bent like this in this horizontal plane. So no question of height or potential energy. Speed entering is this much. Pressure is this much. The pressure of the oil at the point Q is how much? I think this is, very straightforward question, because if this is in a horizontal plane, then there is no potential energy term. So if I use Bernoulli equation, at this point, whatever pressure is there, plus half rho V1 square, rho GH will be the same, will be P2 plus half rho V2 square plus rho GH. As you can very clearly see, rho GH and rho GH will cancel, and only thing is because of the horizontal plane. Okay, perfect. And what has been asked? The question is, what is the pressure at that other end? So basically, we have been asked what is P2. So therefore, P2 will be P1 plus half rho V1 square plus, sorry, not plus, minus half rho V2 square. Do I know the value of P1? Yep, I think so. Initial pressure, I know it is 280 into 10 to the power 3. So this is 280 multiplied by 10 to the power 3 plus half into rho is the density known. Density, somewhere it should be given. It's not given. Oh, oil is 0.9. Specific gravity is given, guys. So specific gravity is 0.9. That means density of oil by density of water is basically 0.9. So therefore, density of oil is 0.9 multiplied by density of water. So basically it is 900 kg per meter cube. That's what it means. So I can just put density as 900 multiplied by V1 is speed initially known. I think so it is given. It enters at speed of 4 meters per second. So I can just put over here 4 square minus half into, again the same density 900 will come. The only thing not known is that new speed. Oh, I can find that out because one thing is given, that the area of cross sections are different. So use continuity equation and you will get the answer, which is A1 V1 is A2 V2, A1 is A1, V1 is 4, A2 is A1 by 4, V2 I do not know. So from this, V2 is nothing but 16 meters per second. So this particular value of V2, I'll put it as 16, and this will be nothing but 16 square. Okay, everyone, till this point? That's it. That's it. This is just substitution now. Solve it and you will get the answer. Cool, guys? Yep, everyone. Just substitute it, and in the next couple of steps, definitely you will be getting the answer. So just try it out and see what is it you are getting. 2 into 86. Just check it out. Pressure at point Q is 86 lambda. Find the lambda in terms of kilo Newton per meter square. 86 into 2. That's what you should be getting, which is nothing but 172. So you should be getting this as 172 into 10 to the power 3 Pascal. So if you want, you can also write this as, just because they have written as 86 lambda. So this is 86 multiplied by 2 multiplied by kilopascal. The question demanded us to find this particular thing. This is basically your lambda, which is nothing but 2. Is this sine 37 needed in the question? No. Why is it given? To confuse you. Many people will think, oh, the pipe shape matters, this angle will matter. No, it will not matter at all. So it is given so that you will be confused and you will be wasting 2-3 minutes maybe thinking where do I put sine 37 or how do I use the angle, or the shape is very weird. What about the height? Many people will miss it is not horizontal, it is horizontal. So many things are there. Okay, so be very careful, guys. Everyone? Awesome. Awesome. Hello, Saraswati. Welcome. Yes, Lambda is 2. SRM JEE. I haven't received many comments for SRMJ, so unless I get some comments for SRMJ, it will be difficult. If you can maybe comment SRMJ after the video, maybe I can do it. Yep. Okay. So that was the answer, guys. Moving on to the next question coming up on your screen. Here it is. We have a solenoid of some radius and some turns, and it is surrounded by another coil of 100 turns. Okay, 4 centimeters. See, the solenoid is the inner one, okay? Don't get confused. The long solenoid, radius 2 centimeter, has this much. That is basically this solenoid that they are talking about. This is that long solenoid that they are talking about. Then is surrounded by 100 ton coil of radius 4 centimeters having resistance of 20 ohm. Okay, so that is basically this coil that they are referring to, and that coil is now connected to some galvanometer. It is connected to some galvanometer right over here. You can see that it is connected to some galvanometer. The question is, if the current in the solenoid, this current which is going in the solenoid goes from 5 amperes to 5 amperes but in the opposite direction, so obviously flux will change. Don't say 5 amperes will also produce same flux, the other 5 will also be the same flux. No, the direction is different, so in fact the flux will double. It's just like those problems of momentum where a ball hits with speed v and rebounds with speed v. Change in the momentum is not zero, it is mv minus mv, so it will become mv plus mv, which is 2 mv. Same way the flux will be ba minus ba, which will be plus ba, so ba plus ba will be 2ba, so that will be the change in the flux. Be careful. So the charge which flows through the galvanometer is this much. Then find the value of n. What is n in this? Take pi square as 10 centimeters, 104 centimeters total. Okay, 5 amperes as shown in the figure. The current is changing. The charge which flows through the galvanometer is this much. Okay, have we missed any n value? Just check this out, guys. Anyone? Just check this out. Is some value of n missing out somewhere maybe? Yeah, just check if some value of n is missing out somewhere. Maybe I think they were asking the charge only, if I'm not wrong. Maybe this. Okay, I think we had to just find out the charge, find out the value of charge. Okay, maybe I think something like this was here. I don't know. We'll just find out the charge, and I think that should be the answer. Okay, anyways, let's try to do this, guys. First of all, let's focus our complete attention on the solenoid. Okay, complete focus on your solenoid, guys. The solenoid creates magnetic field. How much magnetic field will it create? The magnetic field by the solenoid is mu naught Ni. Okay, so if you now consider the outer coil, which is right over here, okay, if you now consider the outer coil, there is change in flux. So there is change in flux of the outer coil, because of which there is some current or EMF, and because of which there is a charge. So can we find that change in flux? Definitely. It will be BA minus BA. Why minus? Since direction is reversed. Direction is basically reversed. So this will be nothing but 2 times of BA. Now, what is the value of B? What is the value of the magnetic field which is passing through it? It is nothing but mu naught Ni. And what is the area? This is very critical, guys. Whose area will you take? The area of the big coil or area of the small coil? Be very careful about this. A lot of students I have seen make many mistakes over here. This is that big coil. This is that small coil. Where do you think the magnetic field is even there? Where do you think the magnetic field is even there? The magnetic field is only there in this region. Is only there in this region. Yes, there is no magnetic field outside. There is no magnetic field outside. There is no flux here. Only the flux is present in that region, so only consider that area, even though we are considering the flux to the bigger coil. How many of you got it? Understood? Yes, very good. So here it should be the area of the smaller coil, so I can just put it as pi small r square. Small r represents the smaller radius, big R will represent, let's say, the outer radius or whatever, or you can call it R1 if you want. Okay, that is the change in flux. Now, is the change in flux somehow related to the charge which flows? Answer is yes. Since current is nothing but EMF by resistance, and current is how much charge flows per unit time, and EMF is how much flux changes per unit time. As you can clearly see, delta t goes. So I am left with the value of delta Q, which is the charge which flows, is the flux change divided by resistance. So next step, my dear students, what will it be? What is the next step? Delta Q will be 1 by R is as it is, just that the flux change, whatever is there over here, will come from this particular point. So it is nothing but 2 multiplied by mu naught Ni multiplied by pi R1 square. So now just have to substitute everything. This R is the resistance. Don't get confused. What is the resistance? The resistance is 20. So just put 1 by 20 over here. 2 times mu naught. Mu naught is 4 pi into 10 to the power minus 7. And number of turns per unit length. Number of turns per unit length is 100 turns per centimeter. 100 turns per centimeter, that is per 10 to the power minus 2 meter, which is 10 to the power 4 turns per meter. For a centimeter, it is 100, and 100 centimeters make a meter. So centimeter, 100 times. So it will be 10 to the power 4 number of turns. So multiply it by 10 to the power 4, which is n. What is the current? I think the current was 5 amperes. Yes, 5 amperes is the current. So just put over here as 5 multiplied by pi and multiplied by the inner radius. Where is the inner radius? 2 centimeter. So 2 into 10 to the power minus 2. And it was also mentioned pi into pi is 10. Somewhere they have mentioned it. Check this. Pi into pi is 10. So this pi and this pi, when you multiply, it will be 10. So solve this and you will get the answer. Solve this and you will get the answer. Just check it. If you are getting it as around 800 microcoulomb, yes, you should get it around 800 into 10 to the power minus 6 coulomb. Yep. So you can say it is 800 microcoulomb. And the question asked was in 10 to the power minus 4, is it? So 10 to the power minus 4. So this will be 8 multiplied by 10 to the power minus 4 coulomb. So that way the answer is 8. But yeah, that way the answer is basically 8, you can say. So I think the question here was that n into 10 to the power minus 4. So what is the value of n? So the answer for the value of n is 8. Okay. This was not 4. This was supposed to be n. Yep. This was n. Now it is perfectly fine. Okay, guys. Done. Dusted. Great. Okay. Perfecto. 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 Awesome. Let's move to the next question, guys, on your screen. There's a coil which is in the shape of an equilateral triangle. It's in a vertical plane between the poles of a piece of a magnet, producing horizontal field. So the torque which acts when the current of so much is passed and the plane becomes parallel to the magnetic field will be how much? The triangle is in the plane, the field is in the plane of the triangle. Okay, interesting. So that means if this is the coil, actually it is not circular, it is triangular, but that is what it means. So the magnetic moment of the coil, the magnetic moment of the coil will be perpendicular to the magnetic field, and therefore the torque which acts, therefore the torque which acts will be mb sine theta, which is basically sine 90 degree. M is number of turns, current into area, magnetic field is B, sine 90 is 1. So it is NIAB. That's all. Okay, perfect. I think it's one single coil. So number of turns is 1. Current is 0.2 directly. Area I do not know. Magnetic field is 20 millitesla. So 20 into 10 to the power minus 3. The only thing required is the area of the triangle. And for that, simple guys, if the side length, this was not supposed to be a circle, by mistake it is a circle. Okay, this is A, this is A. This height, because this angle is 60 degrees, will be root 3 by 2 times of A. Sine 60 is root 3 by 2. So sine is opposite by hypotenuse. So that's why root 3 A by 2. So therefore, the area of the triangle, which is half into base multiplied by the height. Base is nothing but A, height is nothing but root 3A by 2. So it will be root 3A by A square, root 3A square by 4. So just substitute this area as root 3 A square by 4. Root 3 is root 3, 4 is 4. Side length is given to be 10 centimeter. That means it is 0.1 meter. That's it. Now do the math and you will get the answer. I think this was fairly easy. Just the area part was slightly, you just had to do it, but still it is not difficult, I would say. And the question is, answer will be root something into 10 to the power minus 5. One thing is very obvious, inside the root there is only one number and that is 3. Rest all numbers will get cancelled. 2 2s are 4, 4 4 will get cancelled. So yes, I will get root 3 into 10 to the power minus 5. So the value which is needed for the problem is basically this. So this is the value of x. That is what is asked. Root of x into 10 to the power minus 5. So root 3 into 10 to the power minus 5. So x is nothing but 3. Okay. So that is the value of the torque which is acting on the coil. Perfect, everyone. All right. You can do one thing. You can replay that part. It's not that difficult. Which one? This part, right? For this part, see, the current is going in this inner coil, the solenoid, this one, and the flux was going inside, then it went outside. So for that big coil, only this part the flux has changed. This part, there was no magnetic field anyways. So only consider this part for the area A. And why minus minus? Because the field was inside and then it is outside. So the flux has reversed in direction. So that's why minus minus will become plus. So there is a change in flux. The change in flux will cause EMF, which will cause current, which will be charge by time. Charge by time and EMF by Faraday's law is rate of change of flux. This is Faraday's law, right? Okay. If you have forgotten, let me just add it over here. This was your Faraday's law. Faraday's law. And delta t gets cancelled. So I'm just getting this. So delta phi, I substituted from here and now put all the values, you will get the answer. Okay. This magnetic field was mu naught Ni, which is the magnetic field due to a solenoid. Cool. Does that make sense? Okay, perfect. Let's go guys to the next question on your screen. Here it is. Last few questions. After this, Diksha ma'am will come. Yes, after this, Diksha ma'am is going to come. So let's do some last few questions. A sound wave of certain frequency travels horizontally towards the right. It is reflected from a large plane which is moving to the left with some speed. Okay. The speed of sound in the medium is c, the number of waves striking the surface, the wavelength of the reflection, the frequency of the reflected wave, the number of beats heard by a stationary observer. Okay. Standard question on Doppler effect. Standard question on Doppler effect. See what we should do over here. This particular wall is going like this with some speed of v, if I'm not wrong, and there is a source over here. There is a source over here which is generating the sound at some frequency f. So whatever sound will be falling on the surface, the frequency of, okay, I'll just create a duplicate. The frequency of sound, the frequency of sound on the surface, this surface is like a moving observer. Hence, that frequency apparent will be original frequency, speed of sound, detector or observer moving, so on the top, and you are coming close, so put plus V. That's it. This plus is because you are coming closer, and on the top because it's an observer. If it was a source which was moving, then it will come below. So this is the answer for the number of waves striking the surface per second. Is that exactly correct? There is nothing wrong in it. Okay, F into C plus V by C. F into C plus V by C, perfectly correct. Now what about the reflection and everything else that follows? See, now what happens is, whatever frequency is falling, the frequency which is incident on the surface is reflected as if it's a moving source. That means by the time it reaches here, when that frequency which falls on that moving surface is F1, now this surface behaves like the source. This surface which is moving like this behaves like the source, which will reflect that same frequency F1, So now, if there is some person standing over here, he will feel that there is a source which is moving towards me. So now, the apparent frequency which is now reflected, will be nothing but the original frequency of that source, which is F1, into C divided by C minus V. Why minus? Because you are coming close. So denominator reduces to increase the frequency. Whenever source approaches the detector, the frequency will be more. When you go away, the frequency will be less. To make the frequency more, make the denominator smaller. How? By subtracting. So put a minus sign. So this is the velocity of the source. So because it is coming closer. So what is the value of F1? We just got it over here. F into C plus V by C. So it was nothing but F into C plus V divided by C. And this thing is just C divided by C minus V. So this C will cancel. So F into C plus V by C minus V is the frequency of the apparent reflection which is happening. So let's see whether that option is there. The frequency of the reflected wave as observed by a stationary observer. Perfectly correct. What is the wavelength? What is the wavelength going to be? The wavelength of apparent reflection will be F into lambda is speed of sound. So speed of sound by the frequency of the apparent reflection. So C by this whole thing. C by this whole thing, which is F into C plus V and C minus V. So that is what it should be. So this is the wavelength. Just check this out. C into C minus V upon F into C plus V. Just check it out. C into C minus V upon F into C plus V. Perfect. So this is also correct. This is also correct, my dear students. What about D option? The number of beats heard by the person who is standing near the surface on the left side is this much. Let's figure this out. For beats, for this guy's beats, understand he will be hearing two sounds. One which the source is emitting, and the second one is this frequency. So for the beats, delta F beats will be this frequency, which is F into C plus V by C minus V, minus this frequency. Both the frequency subtraction is the beat frequency. So just you have to minus both of them. Okay. So delta F will be, F is common, C plus V by C minus V minus 1, which is F into C plus V minus C plus V, the whole thing upon C minus V, which is F into C and C cancelled, V plus V is 2V divided by C minus V. So the beat frequency is F into 2V by C minus V. F into 2V, no, 2V is not there, so D option is wrong. So A, B, C are the right answers. Let's check it out. Yes, A, B, C is the right answer, my dear students. Perfecto. Everyone, till this point, absolutely clear? Very good. Awesomeness, guys. Yeah, beautiful question, isn't it? Moving on to the next question, my dear students. Here it is. The diagram shows a PV diagram of an ideal gas taken through a cycle of A, B, C, D, A. Okay, it's a clockwise cycle of a PV diagram, and ABC is a semicircle. This part is a semicircle. CDA is a half of an ellipse. This is circle. This is elliptical. So a very weird diagram, circular plus elliptical. Then consider the following. Process during path A to B is isothermal. A to B, how can it be isothermal, guys? Check it out. Whenever you have, maybe on the next diagram I can mention this. Whenever you have isothermal graph in a PV diagram, it goes like this. These are the isotherms. The isotherms are rectangular hyperbolas. They are rectangular hyperbolas. None of them is a hyperbola. One is a ellipse, one is a circle. So 100% wrong. And not just that, when you increase the temperature, the graph shifts. So increased temperature. So you will see that the graph will keep shifting more and more on the higher side. You increase the temperature more, it will go up even more like this. So the hotter it becomes, the graph keeps on shifting like that. Anyways, coming back to the point, process A to B is isothermal is obviously wrong. It is not a rectangular hyperbola. Heat is flowing, work is done, 0, positive work is done. I think these things are simple. Positive work is done by the gas in the cycle. See, we all know that whenever you have a clockwise cycle, clockwise P versus V diagram, the total work done is always going to be positive. So 100% then positive work is done. Positive work is done. Everyone with me? Perfect. Okay. This is multiple correct. Work done during path A to B to C is 0. Guys, from A to B to C, you might think the volume change is 0. Wrong. Be careful. There is some area which is enclosed over here. Yes. And the work done between A to B to C is the area which is there in that ABC part, which is circular or semicircular, I can say, which is definitely not 0. So hence, the work done during this is 0 is absolutely incorrect. It's absolutely incorrect, my dear students. Now coming to the B option, heat is flowing from B to C to D. Heat is flowing from B to C to D. Let's think from B to C to D. Can you see what and all has happened? Volume has decreased. That means That means work done is going to be negative. B and D, you can check the isotherms. D will be on a lower isotherm, B will be on a higher isotherm. So the temperature has reduced. That means internal energy change is negative. And we all know when you add both of them, what will you get? By the first law of thermodynamics, Q is delta U plus W. This is negative, this is negative. Obviously, negative number plus a negative number will just be another negative number. Negative number means the heat is lost. The heat is lost. So that means the heat is flowing out of the gas, which is absolutely correct. So B and D are the right answers. Yep, B and D are the right answers. Amazing question. Loved it. Very good. Yes. Okay. Okay. Perfect. Perfect. Very good. Very good. Amazing. 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 Let's go, guys, to the next question coming up on your screen. And here it is. What does it say? There is a block which is attached to the spring and stiffness is K. The other end of the spring is attached to a fixed wall. The entire system is on a surface and the spring is at its natural state. The natural length of the spring is L0 and the block is lifted up slowly. Then work done by the lifting, spring, gravity and lifting is how much? Okay. Let's look at the diagram first. The spring was here like this, attached to a block. Natural length is L0. It is now natural. Nothing is there. You are lifting it up by 5 L0 by 12. So the spring will get extended. You are pulling it up. So some work will be done by you also. So that is the question now. Okay. Now, first of all, you are going up by some height. So work done by, so there will be a change in the gravitational potential energy, which will be nothing but mgh. So that will be m into g into 5 L0 by 12. And work done by gravity is negative of the change in the potential energy. So it will be minus 5 by 12 mgl0. So work done by gravity is 5 by 12 mgl0. This is absolutely incorrect. There is a negative sign which is missing. Many students think this is correct because they forget the minus sign. No, guys, this is absolutely incorrect. The answer should have been negative. Okay. Next important thing, what about the spring? It will be extended. So one thing is there, the length of the spring will be different now. I think this is an right angled, oops, what is this? This is a right angled triangle like this. Check this out, where this is 5 L0 by 12. This is nothing but L0. This is 90 degree. Can you guys guess what is this side? Hypotenuse. The hypotenuse will be L0 square plus 5 L0 square by 12 square. Everything is square. This is hypotenuse square. So I think this will be 12 square plus 5 square, that is 13 square. So 13 square by 12 square, L0 square. So hypotenuse will be 13 by 12 L0. Oh, so this is 13 by 12 L0. 13 by 12 L0 is basically the hypotenuse. So how much is that extra length which the spring has extended by? Because of this, not everything is the extension. So x will be, which is the extension, the final length, which is 13 L0 by 12 minus original length, which is L0. So 13 minus 12 is 1. So it is L0 by 12. L0 by 12 is basically the extension in the spring. Is the extension in the spring. Okay. So can I find the extra spring potential energy? Extra spring potential energy, which is half k into x square. So it is half k into x square. That means L0 square by 12 square. So it will be k L0 square. 12 square is 144 into 2 is nothing but 288. So that is the energy stored in the spring. But if you ask me what is the work done by the spring, that is going to be negative of this delta U of that spring, which is going to be negative k L0 square by 288. So negative means Oh, this is not negative. So B option is also wrong. B option is also wrong. Now lifting force, how much work will it do? That is the last question. So the work done to lift it is going in increasing the gravitational energy and increasing the spring energy. So both of them, you just add them. So it will be 5 mg L naught by 12 plus, what is this? K L naught square by 288. So is that there? Yep, it is right over here. So A is correct. Automatically D will become wrong. So only one option is correct, even in multiple correct question. Such things can happen, and they have deliberately given this question because many students will mark B and C because you will forget the sign. And you will think, oh, multiple correct. How can only one option be correct? See, all these thoughts will come in your head in the exam time. That's why it's a very good question. Because in the exam point of view, many students can make a silly mistake. Is that absolutely clear? Everyone with me? Perfecto. Awesome. Let's move to the next question, guys, and then we have one match the following. Yep, this is the last two questions. I'll just message Diksha ma'am. Meanwhile, just look at the question. I'll not read it for you. Just read it by yourself. Okay. So how to do this particular question? In the given value, the statement about the circuits are blah, blah, blah. Now the question is maximum current is this much, maximum current for this. Okay. So in order for the current to be maximum, okay, I'll have to redraw the circuit, guys. MR, R by M. And you want maximum current should flow. Maximum current should flow. The voltage is given V. So first of all, in order to find that current, I need the equivalent resistance. So how do I find the equivalent resistance? Just check this out. MR is in parallel. So R equivalent will be, these two are in parallel, isn't it? These two resistors are definitely in parallel. So the equivalent will be MR by 2, and that is in series with this. So it will be M into R by 2 plus this thing, which is R by M. Now you want the current to be maximum, and we all know that current is the voltage by your equivalent resistance. So if the current has to be maximum, the current has to be maximum, the resistance has to be minimum. When minimum resistance is there, maximum current will flow. So it's actually a problem of maxima minima now. So for minima to happen, dr equivalent by dm should be 0. So this is for the minima condition. This is for the minima condition. So therefore, R by 2 into dm by dm plus R into d by dm of 1 by m is going to be 0. Now we all know that dm by dm, that is 1, plus R into, this is m raised to minus 1. So minus 1 multiplied by m raised to minus 2 is equal to 0. Shift it on the other side. So R by 2 is equal to R by m square. RR cancels. So 1 by 2 is 1 by m square. So therefore m square is 2. Therefore m is equal to root 2. Oh, so m is going to be root 2. That is what it is. Yes, perfectly fine. M is root 2. M is not going to be 2. This is correct. Absolutely. So accordingly, then you will get the current answer also. What is the maximum current? So to find the maximum current, it is voltage by the resistance. So therefore, I max will be voltage by total resistance. Substitute everything over here. So M is nothing but root 2. So root 2 times R by 2 plus R by root 2, which is V divided by R by root 2 plus R by root 2, which is V divided by 2 times R by root 2, which is V divided by root 2 times of R. So that is your maximum current, because 2 and root 2 will cancel. V by root 2R. V by root 2R is exactly over here. So this is obviously wrong. So B and C options are correct. Yep, perfectly. Perfect. B and C options are correct. Very good. Loved the question, my dear students. Shall we go ahead? Shall we go ahead to the next question, my dear students? Yes, the last one is the match the following that we are going to do today. And what is given is ice is at 0 Celsius, water is at 50 Celsius, and steam is at 100 Celsius. And they are all mixed in different proportions in each of the things mentioned in the list 1. Finally, there will be some temperature of the mixture. What is it going to be? You have to match the following. It's not a difficult question. It's a lengthy question. That's all. Okay. It's just a lengthy question because every option over here you have to solve. But if it is a, what do you say? Options are not given, then it is even more difficult, because I think options are given maybe somewhere. Yeah. See, options are given over here. Options are given over here. If something like this is given, it is easy because you can think which ones to solve for. Like if I solve for 1, either it is P or Q. So if it is P, then I have only 2 options to solve. If it is Q, again I have only 2 options to solve. No point solving for 2 because 2 is going with R only. R only one thing, it is going with T. Okay, so we'll have to see. Third one is going with T every time. So no point solving for the third one because every time it is matched with T. So no point solving for that. So maybe you can just solve for 4 and 1. That might give you the answer easily, because P, Q, Q, P, P, T, P, P. I think one of them might give you the answer. So let's say we solve for the first one. Let's say we solve for the first one. That will give you the answer, at least narrow it down. So the first one is 20 gram ice and 40 gram water. So 20 gram ice, which is at 0 degree Celsius. And then you have 20, what is it? Sorry, 40 gram water, my bad. This is 40 gram water that will be at 50 degrees Celsius. 50 degrees Celsius is mentioned over here. Ice is always at 0, water is at 50. Specific heats and latent heats are also mentioned. So what will happen is that this guy will obviously lose heat, and the amount of heat lost will be using the formula mc delta T. Mass is 40, specific heat is 1, delta T is 50 minus the final temperature. Whereas over here, this will gain the heat, it will melt, and using ml formula, and then it will increase the temperature. It will increase the temperature using mc delta T. So for melting, it is ml. Mass is 20, latent heat is 80. So 20 into 80 plus m into c into T minus 0. That's it. So this is the total heat required to melt the ice and then increase the temperature from 0 to some T degree Celsius. Now you just have to solve this. 20 into 80, sorry, 2 8s are 16. So 2 zeros over here. So this is just 20T is equal to, just check this out over here. 4 5s are 20. 1 0 here, 1 0 here. So 2 more zeros and minus, what is it? 40T over here. Perfect. Okay. So bring this 40T over here and let this 2000 remain over here, and let this 20T also remain here. Take this 1600 over here. So 40T plus 20T is nothing but 60 times of T. This is nothing but 400. 0 0 cancels. So T will be 40 by 6, which is 20 by 3. So it is 6.67 degrees centigrade. So temperature is 6.67 degrees centigrade. So first option is going with Q option. 1 is going with Q. So 1 is going with Q. this and this. So automatically A option is eliminated and even D option is eliminated. Now go for the fourth option, which is T or P. One of them will give you the right answer. Okay. So the fourth option, my dear students, right over here. What is the fourth option? This one. Oh my God, lot of ice, very little steam, 60 gram of ice. So we have 60 gram of ice at 0 degrees Celsius. What else you have? 16 gram of water also you have. You have 16 gram water at 50 degrees Celsius. What else you have? 5 grams of steam. You also have 5 grams of steam. But that is at 100 degree Celsius. By chance, let's say I condense it. By chance, let's say condense it. So in that case, it will become 5 gram steam. No, that steam will now become water. 5 grams of water at 100 degrees Celsius. And the amount of heat needed for this process will be ml. The ml will be the heat required. Mass is 5. Latent heat is 540, isn't it? 540 will be the latent heat. I think it is given somewhere. Yes, check this out. So to condense it, m into L. How much is that m into L going to be, guys? Yep. How much is that m into L going to be? 54 into 5. Yep. Yeah, don't worry, guys. Okay. All right. All right. So what just we had to do? Yeah. 5 into 4, 540, which is nothing but 270 and one more zero. So these many calories will be given out. This much calories will be given out as it is going to condense. To melt this ice, I will need heat. So 60 gram of ice into 60 gram of water at 0 degrees Celsius. So in order to melt, the formula used is ml. So mass is 60, latent heat is 80, 8 6 are 48, so 4800 calories. Wow, I need this much to melt 4800, but the steam after condensing also it is just barely giving 2700. And what if I cool this steam even more? Then this will become 5 grams water at 0 degrees Celsius. I am cooling it, and MC delta T formula. So the mass is 5, C is 1, delta T is 100. So it is barely 500 calories. Oh, even then this will not melt. Even then this will not melt. What if this water cools down? What if this water cools down and becomes 16 gram water at 0 degrees Celsius? Again use MC delta T formula. Mass is 16, C is 1, delta T is 50. So 16 5s are 80. So 800 calories. Oh my God. So I don't think it will cool down. So if you look at the heat liberated in cooling process, that is 800 plus 500 plus 2700. How much is it going to be? 2700 plus 1000, 3700 plus more 300, that's going to be 4000 calories. And if you now compare it with this is the heat needed, which is 4800 calories. You need more, but you can supply less. That means it is not sufficient to melt. So it is definitely not sufficient to melt all the ice. So therefore, you will have a mixture. Of ice and water, and ice and water can only remain in equilibrium at 0 degrees Celsius. Not all the ice will be melted. Even after the steam cooling down, this hot water cooling down, it's not enough. 4000 is not enough to melt it. So it will be at 0 degrees Celsius. So this answer will be 0 degrees Celsius, which is P. So fourth option is going with P. So 4 going with P, 4 going with P, 4 going with P, right over here, this is also now eliminated. So only C option remains. So C option is absolutely the right answer. Is that okay, my dear students? What a beautiful question. But you don't have to solve all four. That is the smart move. So that's it from my side. Now time for Diksha ma'am to join. Okay, all the best. Smash the like button. Stay subscribed. Okay, take care.
Hello, hello, hello. Now is it audible? Yes. Good morning, or you can say good afternoon now. Right. Good afternoon, students. Welcome to Vedantu JEE English, and now we are going to start with chemistry section of JEE Advanced. So we are going to target the questions from organic, inorganic, and physical chemistry. Let us start the class without wasting any time. But if you want to solve the question, right, you just don't want me to like just see and watch ma'am solving the questions. That is not going to help you in your exam, right? So best thing is you try to solve it yourself as well along with me. Okay, so for that, definitely this is not JEE means that you can just solve the question without pen or paper. For JEE Advanced, definitely you need pen and paper, and only then you'll be able to solve it, right? Okay, yes. So starting with the questions here, yes, good evening, good afternoon, students. So let us start this. The first question on your screen, I'm not going to waste your time because I know how precious your time is, right? So we are going to sum up all the questions here. Different category of questions I have taken here. So this question is, which sequence represents the best synthesis of hexenol? So this is hexenol. You have to see which will represent the best synthesis of hexenol. What is hexenol? This thing is hexenol. So one by one we will see which will represent hexenol or not. Okay, so you have to solve all the options here, right? If you solve the first option here, that is you have CH3, CH2, CH2, CH2Br, and then you have ethyne here. Okay, so when you have Rx and you have C triple bond H and this is Na, so what will happen? NaX will leave and this R will get attached here. So that means what you will have? C, you will have C 1, 2, 3, 4, 4 carbons, 1, 2, 3, 4, and then you will have one more carbon with a triple bond. This thing you will have. After that, you are adding H2SO4. Now, see, students, very important thing here. This is, can you identify what kind of reaction it is? It is Kirchhoff's reaction. Hydration of alkynes. In this case, tautomerism will occur. Like if you remember what will happen, one pi bond will break here, right? And it will form a more stable carbocation. So if you see, more stable carbocation is formed here, not here. Reason being, because this is a 2 degree, right? So more the stability of carbocation will be there, which is 2 degree, right? So here this carbocation will be more stable, right? After that, you are going to add OH here, right? Then what will happen? Tautomerism, and this will be double bond O, this will be CH3. So definitely it leads to the formation of ketone, not the aldehyde. So first option is eliminated here, right? Then let's talk about the second option here. That is, second option is you have CH3, CH2, CH, you have alkyne, then you add CH3 to double bond O, Then here you will have, this is alkene and you have acid here, right? Then you have CH3 MgBr diethyl, then you have this, then you have OK. Now, if you don't even need to solve this. I'll just tell you here. So basically you will have a carbonyl group here, right? This CH3 is going to attack here, right? It will have the formation of alcohol from here. You will have the formation of alcohol, right? Alcohol will be formed. This is after hydrolysis, you will have the formation of alcohol. After that, when you use mild oxidizing agent, that will be converted to aldehyde or ketone. That means aldehyde ketone is the possibility here, right? But if you see this very clearly, right, aldehyde is not the possibility here, because if you see, you will have the formation of 2-degree alcohol here. Then aldehyde will not be possible, ketone will be possible. So that's why this option is also eliminated. So I'm telling you how to solve the question without solving the question. That means you know the reagents, right? That there is alcohol will be formed here. Now the question is, if 1-degree alcohol is formed after PCC, after using mild oxidizing agent, you will get to the formation of aldehyde. If 2-degree alcohol is formed, then ketone will be formed. So here 1-degree alcohol is not possible. So that is why this is eliminated. Next one is, here you have the same kind of question. Here you have ketone, then you add, then again what you have, acid, right? Then you add reducing agent, then you add water, then you add PCC. Okay. So in the same case, you are adding, if you see this here also, just give me a second. Something is stuck here. Okay. So if you see this here, this is ketonic part. This is an acid. Okay. If you react acid on the ketonic part, then you reduce it, right? Then after that you add water and then you add PCC, CH2Cl, that is a mild oxidizing agent. Here also the possibility is very less. Okay. So firstly I'll directly jump to option D, right? Because this has more possibility. Reason being, because this is the epoxide. I know here 1-degree alcohol is possible, right? In this case, the possibility of 1-degree alcohol is less. In this case, the possibility of 1-degree alcohol is less. So I don't even need to solve B and C here. If I directly see this option, if Grignard reagent acts on a symmetrical epoxide here, if it attacks here, I know that 1-degree alcohol is possible here. So if I solve this here, this is CH3, CH2, CH2, MgBr, CH3, CH2, 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 then MgBr, right? And here you have this epoxide. Okay. So now what will happen? This is MgBr. It will attack here, right? Electrons will jump here. And what is the answer that you will have? CH3, CH2, CH2, CH2. And this is going to attack here. This will be OMgBr. And this will be negative. This negative part will attack here. So this will be CH2. Then again this CH2, this CH2. CH2. This is oxygen because this bond this bond is intact only, right? So this is O negative. This is MgBr positive, right? After that you are adding water into it. You are doing hydrolysis here. So this will be converted to OH, right? So once you know that you have 1-degree alcohol, so from that, in using mild oxidizing agent, you can easily convert it into aldehyde, right? So this will be CH3 1, 2, 3, 4, right? And this is your 1, 2, 3, 4, and this part will be converted to CHO, right? CH3 1, 2, 3, 4, and CHO, which is 4, 5, 6, definitely hexenol. So that means answer D is the correct answer here, right? So instead of solving all the options, what you just look for, just see that where I can form 1-degree alcohol, because this thing is same in all the cases. This thing is same in all the cases, right? So just look for where you have the formation of 1-degree alcohol. Only then you will have the formation of mild oxidizing. Only then you will have the formation of aldehyde from that, right? Now the next question is, which of the following compound is more basic with respect to exocyclic carbonyl oxygen, right? You have to tell that which compound is more basic here, right? Which of the following compound is more basic? Now, basicity depends on the availability of electrons. So what you have to see? You just have to see the availability of electrons. For that, if I see here, for this PO bond, this is PO bond, that is same in both the cases, right? Here you have the donation of electrons by plus I effect. You also have, it's not like you also have this this is double bond, single bond, lone pair, right? So it is also going to donate it, but here what you will see, this is P double bond O, right? So it also has electronegative element. There also it has electronegative element, right? This thing is the same in both the cases. This thing is the same in both the cases. If you see, this particular part is same in both the cases, right? But if you see this here, in this case, you don't have any electron donating group. Here you have two electron donating group. And that is the reason. It's a very simple question, but it's a concept based question. Okay. So here you have two methyl group. That means donation of electron will be more in this case, right? Here you don't have any methyl groups. You have a cyclic chain here, right? You don't have any methyl group which has plus I effect, right? So here you have two plus I effect. So that will be donation will be more here. That means we can say that this is going to be more basic. B is going to be more basic here. Yes, B is the correct answer here. Okay. Now, these two questions were quite simple, right? First two questions I have kept quite simple only, but now the level will slightly increase. Okay. Now, if you see this here, next question is totally depends upon how you see this question, right? Otherwise, it's a very good question, a simple concept it has, yet you just need to read this question very carefully, right? So if you see this, when two compounds, it's not aluminium, it's some A is given to you, ECl3 and DCl3, two compounds are formed here. They have given nothing about the lone pairs availability, nothing they have given, right? If two elements A and D are mixed together in a compound to form AdCl6, so if they both are mixed together with chloride, they will form AdCl6, right? Structural analysis shows that AdCl6 is ionic compound. Okay. Then given that DCl3 is trigonal planar, this is important. ACl3 is trigonal bipyramidal. From there, what is the hint that you are getting, right? Because some hints are given in the question to solve the question, right? So they have asked you the shape of an ion is seesaw, then the shape of cation will be. It may seem complicated, but actually it's simple question, okay? So DCl3, first you need to tell me D is belonging to which group. Now, if you see, if you have BF3, you have BCl3, these compounds are trigonal planar, right? So that means, can we say that this trigonal planar means this is sp2 hybridization, which is only possible in case of if the element D belongs to group number 13. So that means this will belong to group number 30, right? This will belong to group number 30. Like you have BF3, that is trigonal planar, because in group number 13 you have 3 outermost electron. Now 3 outermost electron and you have 3 bond pairs, that is why it will have 0 lone pair. That is why 3 bond pair means it will be sp2. That is why hybridization is sp2 possible, that is trigonal planar, right? Now, let me see who will tell me the answer for ACl3. A is belonging to which group? A is belonging to which group? Right? A is belonging to which group? Anybody in the chat box? Anybody? Try it. Trigonal bipyramidal. If you see PCl3, just giving you one example, right? If I compare this with group number 14, let's take an example of group number 14. Then it will have 4 outermost electron, 3 are occupied in the bond pair, 1 lone pair you will have. 3 bond pair plus 1 lone pair means 4, that will be sp3. That means if it is belonging to group number 14, it should be tetrahedral in shape, but it is trigonal bipyramidal in shape, right? So we will choose the next group, that is group number 15, right? Group number 15 has 5 outermost electron, right? Now 3 are occupied in bond. That means Cl3, 3 are occupied in bond. So it will be 2 here. 2 lone pair, 3 sigma plus 2 lone pair is 5, which is sp3d, which is definitely trigonal bipyramidal, right? Here you can say, yes, this is trigonal bipyramidal. So now that means here this A is belonging to group number 15. Okay, it is belonging to group number 15. Till here, this thing is clear to us. Now, if you see this here, okay, ma'am. Now, after this, what they are asking you, given that this is the shape of an anion in seesaw, then the shape of cation will be. So, if you see, then these two things are mixed here. This is, we have ACl3 plus DCl3, right? This can have two answers here. Either it can dissociate it, because we need to make a cation and one anion, okay? So this is giving you AdCl6. That is given to you. That this is ionic compound. This is ionic compound, right? Okay. This ionic compound will dissociate into something, or I can just write it like this. This ionic compound is formed, that is AdCl6. This they have given you in the question, right? When these two are combined, they will give an ionic compound. So now when they are combined, they are giving you an ionic compound. Ionic compound will have one cationic part and one anionic part, right? So two possibilities we have for cationic and anionic part. Okay, what are the two possibilities? One possibility is, you just see it from here. A have 2Cl, then it will have one positive, or D have 4, then it will have a negative, because it has gained one Cl from A, right? Either A can gain one chlorine, right? This is how they will form the bond, right? This is how transfer will occur. Either it can have this negative and it can have this DCl2 positive. These two things are possible here, right? Even now, they have given you one more thing here. What is that? They are saying that the shape of the anion is seesaw. Now, beta, tell me one thing. This is anion and this is anion. Which anion has shape seesaw? That's how this thing will be useful to you. See, let's say you have DCl4. Okay, I'll just have where it is. I'll just copy paste this thing, right? Because here what we know is, we have two things here, right? We need to see which one will have seesaw shape. Which one will have seesaw shape? Anybody? You have this one or this one will have seesaw shape? Any idea? See, we are saying that A is belonging to group number 15. I am taking an example that it is phosphorus, right? Or you can also take an example, so phosphorus you take, right? Now, if you talk about A here, that is belonging to group number 13. I am taking an example, it is boron, right? So that means possibility here is, this D is going to be, this is A, this is A, this is D, okay? D is going to form BCl4 negative, right? Or you can also say Al, because boron is difficult to expand the octet, right? I'll take aluminium, right? So it can be AlCl4 negative. This with phosphorus, it can be ApCl4 negative, which will have seesaw shape. Seesaw shape means this kind of thing. This is, let's say, any element, right? It will have this kind of shape and one lone pair here, right? This kind of shape you need. For this, we can definitely get a hint that which one it will be. Because if you see this here, you need to see the hybridization, that will be sp3d. That should be the hybridization, okay? So either this will have that hybridization or this will have that hybridization. So if you look for this thing here, I'm drawing this here, hybridization should be sp3d, right? So this is ACl4 negative, this is DCl4 negative, right? You can also ignore this part as well, you don't need to get into that, right? Easier way is this thing. A is group number 15, that means 5 outermost electron it has, right? Then plus 4, negative you will subtract, right? It will be half. So it will be hybridization formula I am using. 5, 4 plus 4, 8 by 2, right? That is 4, right? That is sp3, is it? Negative will be added, no, yes, negative will be added, not subtracted. Negative will be added, 5 plus 5, 10, it will be 10 by 2 is 5, it will be sp3d. Okay, yes. If you see this here, what we will do, D is belonging to group number 3, so it will have 3 outermost electron plus 4 monovalent ions, right? So negative will be added here. So it is going to be 4 plus 4, 8 by 2, that is 4, which is sp3 hybridization. So this has sp3d hybridization. That means this is showing you seesaw shape. It is showing you seesaw. So that means they are asking you, if the shape of the anion is seesaw, then the shape of the cation. Now you have to look for the shape of the cation. So if you see the shape of the cation here, okay, if you see the shape of the cation, anybody, shape of the cation, anybody? This is DCl2 and it is positive here. So now what you will do, shape of cation will be, how many outermost electron it has? Tell me, beta, how many outermost electron in D? D is belonging to group number 13. That means 3 outermost electron, right? You can put half here, right? How many ions which are monovalent? That is 2 chlorine, right? And if you see, positive charge is always subtracted here. It will be minus 1. So it will be half of, this will be 4. It is going to be 2. 2 is giving you sp hybridization. That means sp means it is going to be linear, right? So you can answer it. Linear is the correct answer here. Is that clear to everybody or not? Is that clear? Okay. So that was a very, very interesting question. Okay. So many things, right? You have solved here. First thing is you should know that basically what you are applying is hybridization concept and shapes concept here, right? So how you link the shapes with the hybridization, not knowing the atom here, right? So first you have to identify what is A and D, what they are belonging to. Then you have to know this reaction here, okay, that it will give you either this or this. Now you have to choose which will be seesaw. This is seesaw, then this corresponding cation will have which kind of shape, that you have to tell, right? Okay, understood, students? Is that clear? Is that clear to everybody? Linear is the correct answer, that is sp hybridization. Next question, as you can see on your screen, we have. Everybody, let us try to solve the next question here, right? Next question is, two radioisotopes A and B of atomic masses X and Y. Two radioisotopes are given to you, A and B. See, one thing is radioactive. Always they are belonging to first order reaction. Okay, so whenever you see radioisotopes anywhere, that is first order mechanisms will be, we will apply first order formulas here, right? So two radioisotopes A and B of atomic mass X and Y are mixed in equal amount by mass. After 20 days, some random T is given to you. Their mass ratio is found to be 1:4. Okay. So if I say this is A, this is B, A mass is X, this is Y. After 20 days, weight of A, ratio weight of B is going to be 1:4. Isotope A has half-life of 1, half-life of B. Okay. So what we will do, how we will solve this, we'll take let initial, because nothing is given to me, right? Better remember one thing, whenever in percentages something is given to you regarding the final, how much is consumed, how much is left, then you will take initial as 100. Whenever they have given you in ratio, in fraction, you will take the initial weights or initial concentration as 1. Okay, so I'll take initial weight because things are given in weight, so I'll take it as 1. Initial will be taken as 1, right? So now here two radio isotopes, this and this, of mass this and this. So if you apply the rate constant, if you apply the first order reaction here, then we know that it is going to be lambda is equals to 2.303 divided by t log of base 10. This will be initial is 1, final is what? Initial is 1, final of A is given to be, final of A is given to be 1, right? 1 by 1, right? Or you don't even need to do this. I think what my idea is, you should take the ratio only here, right? So this will be WA because you are telling the ratio here, right? So I'll take it as WA only. This is of B, it is 2.303 divided by T log of 1 by WB. Now, one thing they have given you that this is after 20 days, right? So you can put the time here as 20. You can put the time here as 20, right? So that will be 20 days because see, everything is given in day. So I don't need to convert day into minutes or seconds, right? So that will be days, right? So this will be 20 only, right? Okay. Now, if you solve that two isotopes of A and B atomic mass are mixed in equal amount by mass after 20 days, then mass ratio is found to be this. Now we have to put it in such order that mass ratio we can have. Right? Isotope E has half-life 1 day, half-life of isotope B they are asking you. Half-life. So can you convert this into half-life, beta? Can you convert this into half-life? We know that this lambda, that is nothing but rate constant in radioactive decay, right? Lambda is equals to 0.693 divided by T half, right? So I'll just put this value here, that is 0.693 divided by T half. This is in case of A. 0.693 divided by T half. This is in case of B. Now, one more thing you should know, that the isotope E has half-life of 1 day. That means this is already given to be 1 day. This is already given to be 1 day, right? Now, can you see you just have just one variable here, that is T half of B, that is given to you, right? Rest of the things you already know, right? So, what you need to have the ratio here, right? So for ratio, what we will do, we will subtract these two things. Can you tell me why we will subtract? See, when you subtract these two things, you know what I'll do? When you subtract these two things, this is equation 1, this is equation 2, you will have log of 1 by WA minus 1 log of 1 by WB. Then easily you can take the ratio here. This will be WA raised to power minus 1. This will be WB raised to power minus 1. You can put it as log of WA plus log of WB. You can have log of WB by WA. This WB by WA is nothing but it is 4. So it will be log of 4. Understood? That's why I'm saying that you need to subtract this. You don't, easy will be, ma'am, I just take the, I just divide these two things. Then what will happen? You won't have, you can't solve this thing, right? You need to have this in ratio. So only then this will be log of WB by WA. Only then you will have log of 2, that is 2 into log of 2, that is 0.601. Okay. So that's why I was telling you that how you need to solve it. So what I'll do, I have a full proper page here, right? So what I'll do here, I'll just subtract these two things. This will be 0.693. I'll take the, this is common, this is 1 by 1 minus T half of B, right? After this, you just need to solve it, okay? This will be 2.303 by 20 will be taken as common, right? By 20 is taken as common. This will be log of 4 because when I subtract this by this, I have already solved it there, right? That log of 1 by WA minus 1 by WB is going to be log of 4. So that's why I'm putting it directly here, right? So this will be log of 4, right? So here you can just need to solve it, right? So this will be T half of B, right? Or you can also solve it like this 0.96 minus point. Totally your choice here, how you want to solve it, right? Okay, so that is going to be 2.303 divided by 20. This will be 693, right? Because this is, one more thing you can do. This thing is, this is 2 into 2.303 log of 2, right? Okay, this is 0.693, right? 1 minus 1 by T half of B log of 2 is 0.301, right? Just solve it here, right? Okay, this will be cancelled. 1 minus T half 1 by T half of B equals to 4.606 multiplied by 0.301 divided by 0.693, right? Okay, then what you need to do, this will be minus 1, right? This will be plus, minus, plus. Okay, this is how then you reciprocate this and you will have your answer. Okay, is that clear? Okay, students, is that clear? Right? Is there any lagging, students? Is there any lag? If there is any lag, then let me know. Right? So that is how to solve this full-fledged answer. Right? Okay. Now, let us see the next question here. That is from organic chemistry. Now, this one is interesting, not a lengthy question, right? Full conceptual question it is, okay? So, if you see this, two things are given to you. One compound is given, they are saying that you heat it, you have X mole of CO2. X mole of CO2, what do you mean by that? That means decarboxylation. If you see this compound here, this can happen, give decarboxylation, carbon dioxide can be released, can be released, can be released, can be released, can be released. So carbon dioxide can be released by 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So X is going to be 6 here, right? Next is, there is some Y which is beta keto acid. It is going to give you this. Now they are saying Y is including stereoisomerism, okay, value of X plus Y. Now you firstly have to see what is this Y, okay. So if you see beta keto acid, beta keto means if you have COOH here, right, then this position will be your beta. This position will be carbon, this position will be beta, okay. On beta position you will have keto, this will be acid. Now they are saying when you heat it, right, you will have this compound, right. So to have this compound, when we heat it, this will be C, this will be pH. If I have this compound, when I heat it, it is going to liberate carbon dioxide and it is going to give me pH, C double bond O, and this is CH3. Isn't it? That is the same compound that they have formed here. That means they are talking about this compound here. They are talking about this compound, right? Why is this compound? Is that clear to everybody? When you heat it, carbon dioxide will be eliminated from beta keto acid, right? C double bond O will remain intact here. This carbon dioxide will be eliminated. You will have CH3 here, right? If I put it will be CH2, it will be a simple thing. It will be CH2, and this thing you will have here, it will be CH2. Here it will be CH3. This compound is formed after that, right? Now they are saying that this is why you have to answer the stereoisomers here. For stereoisomers, you will see optical and geometrical isomer, right? For optical isomer, there should be some chiral carbon here, which is sp3 hybridized. sp3 hybridized carbon is this carbon is sp3, this carbon is sp3. But they have two hydrogens, that means there is no chiral carbon here, right? And talking about stereoisomers, there should be a double bond which should have like this double bond. So this is 1, this is 2, this is 3, this is 4. 1 should not be equal to 2, 3 should not be equal to 4, right? So there is no case that I can see. This is C double bond O. It cannot show geometrical isomerism, right? Because oxygen, you need to have this thing here, right? You need to have this one, this other group, they should be different. Only then GI can be shown, right? So that means GI is also not possible. So stereoisomer, if you see, the formula is 2 raised to power n. N is the number of chiral carbon plus number of geometrical isomerism site. Chiral carbon is 0, geometrical isomerism site is 0, so it will be 2 raised to power 0, that is 1. So that means y is going to be 1. So x plus y is going to be 6 plus 1, that is 7. So answer is going to be 7 is the correct answer here, right? Answer is going to be 7 is the correct answer. Is that clear? Okay, 7 is the correct answer here. Okay, so that was an easy part. This was a part where you need to think about so many things, right? Okay, calculation of stereoisomerism, the reaction part, everything, right? Combining, they have asked you this question. Okay, next we have, next students, next one is interesting one, right? Let us see. This is from structure of atom plus electronic configuration mix it is. Okay. Let us see if you're able to answer this or not. See, first is helium can be excited. Firstly, let's understand what this question is saying, right? So they are saying that helium can be excited from 1s1, excited to the 1s1, 2p1. So see, helium exists in 1s2, right? They are saying that we will excite it to 1s1, 2p1, right? By light of this much nanometer. That means the light will be having wavelength this much, right? The wavelength of the light is going to be this. When you're going to excite from this position to this position, the wavelength of the light should be this thing, right? The lowest excited singlet state with the configuration 1s1, 2s1 lies at this, below this. So what they are saying that if you talk about the lowest singlet state before this state, see, if you excite this, we know that it is 1s, then you have 2s, then you have 2p. This is the energy. Okay. So this is 1s, this is 2s, this is 2p. 1s, 2s, this is 2p. So that means when you excite one electron, firstly it will be excited to 2s. So it will be 1s1, 2s1. Then after that it is excited to 1s1, 2p1. Now what they are saying is from 1s1 to 2p1, the lambda value is 58.44 nanometer, right? And here they are saying the lowest excited singlet with the configuration this lies at this below the 2p1 state. Okay. This is lying at this lambda, which is 4857. That means when you convert this to this, when you convert, wait a minute, 1s2 to 1s1, 2s1, it will have lambda 4857, right? Okay, which is below this state. Till now we have understood this thing. What would be the average helium hydrogen bond energy have to be in order that they're asking you the bond energy of helium and hydrogen atom. Till now we are talking about helium atom only, okay? Now, next is have to be in the order that this HEH2 could form non-endothermically from helium and H2. Non-endothermically means we don't want it to require any energy. It should occur it by itself, right? So here it should have this compound. Okay. Assume that the compound would form from the lowest excited singlet state of the helium. That means it is formed from this state. Neglect any differences between delta and delta H. Delta H formation of hydrogen, you take it as this. See, hydrogen is different, helium is different, and we know that in this compound you have one helium and you have two hydrogen. So that means for one hydrogen, if delta H of formation is 218, for two hydrogen it is going to be 2 into 218 kilojoule per mole. For hydrogen, we just need, because in the end you have to find out the bond energy of hydrogen and helium bond, right? For that, firstly, you should know how much energy is required in the formation of this compound, right? This compound will be helium, hydrogen, helium, hydrogen. So the bond energy that is required divided by 2 will give you the bond energy of helium hydrogen atom, helium hydrogen bond. Till now, tell me the full we are about to solve this question, but first you should know what we are trying to find out, right? They have asked you what would be the average HEH bond energy. For that, if I am able, because for hydrogen they have given me the formation, like heat energy required for the formation, right? So hydrogen I have, helium I have, these things that can give me the energy required to form 2 helium atoms, because one helium atom, right? Okay, so from that, combining those two values, I'll get the bond of formation of HeH2. That divided by 2 will give me the HEH, like what energy is required to break this bond, average energy, right? Okay, okay students, let me know. I see that you guys are chit chatting again and again and again and again, right? So guys, let me know those serious aspirants, right, who are here to study, right? Let me know in the chat box if that thing is clear in your head, right? Otherwise, what will happen? Ma'am will not see the chats only, and then some genuine student who actually has some query, right, that student will miss out. Why? Because they want to ask something, but for me it will be like they are just chit chatting with each other. I'll just ignore the chat box, right? So it's the loss of your co-mates only, right? It's your loss only, guys, right? So don't do that, right? Yes. Now this we have done, right? Now let us solve this, right? First thing is we will solve for helium. Now we know that energy of excitation from, if you talk about 1s2 to 1s1 2s1 to form helium singlet is equal to, that means if I say this to this, the energy that is required is equal to, because let's say if this is 1, let's say if this is 1, this is 2 and this is 3. So we know that 1 plus 2 is equals to 3. If you want to talk about 1, that will be equals to 3 minus 2, right? 3 is this, minus 2 is this, right? Now, if you see, because 3 and 2 is given to you, if you see this thing is given to you, and here they have given you the lowest excited singlet state, which the configuration 1s1, 2s1 lies at this, below this, okay? That thing is also given to you, right? Now, if you see this, and in the end, they have given you, assume the compound would form from the lowest energy singlet state. That means it is formed from this 1. So they have given you this 2, they have given you this 3, you have to find the value of 1. Okay, so 1 will be equals to 3 minus 2. This is what we have to know here, right? So to form helium singlet is equals to energy needed for excitation of 1s2 to 1s1 to p1, right? That means 1s2 to 1s1 to p1, that is the third one, right? Minus of energy level difference between 1s1 and 2s1. That means this energy level difference between this and this, right? They have written it in a full chemistry language. I am giving in a simple language, that this is 1, this is second part, this combining is the third part. So 1 plus 2 is equals to 3. That means 1 is equals to 3 minus 2. And what is 1? This is the formation of singlet helium atom, right? That is this thing, because they have given you the singlet helium atom is 1s1, 2s1, right? They have given you this thing, right? So you have to find this value. Lambda values are given to you. This lambda is also given to you. This lambda is also given to you. That is 485, right? This lambda is also given to you. So now what you will do? To check the energy, you firstly have to find, we know that the energy of helium singlet is Hc by lambda 1 minus Hc by lambda 2, right? Then if you solve this, right, by solving this, what you will get is, this will be the energy of singlet atom, right, helium. 3.30 into 10 raised power minus 18 joule per molecule, right, that is given to you, right? Okay, because we are talking about per molecule here, right? Lambda 1, lambda 2, we have solved it, right? Okay. Lowest with the acha. Array, one more thing. This is, wait a minute, guys. Wait a minute. One important thing. One important thing is that here, if you see this, this is given, they have given you lambda, but here they have given you wave number. It is per centimeter, no? So wave number is nothing but 1 by lambda, right? And you also have to make it into meters, right? So that you can get the answer in joules, right? So that's why we have converted it into meters. This is also converted into meters, right? After that only you will put the value of lambda 1, lambda 2 and you will get your answer. That is the energy, right? After this, we know the energy of helium, where the molecule is helium H2. For that, we also need to have energy of H2, right? We know that energy of formation of one hydrogen atom was given to you. Energy of formation of 2 moles of hydrogen atom will be 2 into 2.18 and that will be your energy. Now, if you see this here, this was given in kilojoules per mole, right? For 2 mole, it is going to be 418 kilojoule for 2 moles, right? This is for 2 moles, right? Thus, energy for 2 moles, now 2 moles of bond of HEH, or you just simply say helium and H2, it is going to be what? It is going to be what? So if you see this, for helium, they have given you per molecule. So in 1 mole, how many molecules you have? 6.022 into 10 raised power 23. So that's why that energy is multiplied by Avogadro's number to convert it into per mole. This is already given in per mole. This we have already answered in per mole. This is for 2 hydrogen. This is for, if you see, this is for 1 helium, right? We know that the formula is helium H2. So that's why this is the formation of helium H2, that is coming out to be 2423.5. Calculation it is. Now I told you, when you divide it by 2, this will be equals to energy of HEH2 divided by 2. HEH2 has this energy divided by 2. You will have 1 to 1.8 kilojoule per mole. That is going to be your answer here, right? That is going to be your answer here. Clear, students? Clear? Okay. Okay, everybody. Is that clear in your head that what we are talking about here? We are talking about the energy. For that, every single step is important for you, right? This step was important, right? 1 plus 2 is equals to 3. Here they have given the value of 1 by lambda. Convert both the lambda into meters. Then solve the value for energy of singlet helium, right? Delta H formation of 1 hydrogen is given to you, but in the formula you have 2 hydrogen, so you'll multiply it by 2. Then you will add these things, but when you're solving for this energy here, we are solving for 1 molecule. So for 1 mole of molecule, you have to multiply it by Avogadro's number to solve it for 1 mole. This is already given in mole. This is already in mole. Hydrogen is already given in mole. That we have converted in mole. So you'll solve the value of HeH2. Then you divide it by 2 to solve the value for He, H and S, because we want the bond dissociation enthalpy of helium hydrogen here. Right? Okay? Yes. Now let us talk about the next question. On your screen we have, in a sample containing, so everybody let us see this question. Everybody let us see. Let us see this question here. Here they have given you in a sample containing fluorine and chlorine atoms. Fluorine and chlorine atoms are given to you, right? Removal of one electron in the sample involves total energy expenditure of this addition of electrons. Acha. Okay. Okay. So this is also a simple question from inorganic chemistry according to JEE Advanced. Let us see if you are able to answer this or not. In a sample containing fluorine and chlorine atoms, removal of one electron from each atom, the sample involves a total energy expenditure of this. Right? Addition of one, total energy expenditure is this. This I'll move next. After some time, we'll again see this statement. First, let us talk about this. Ionization potential of fluorine and chlorine are given to be this. Ionization potential means ionization energy, which is given to be, that means when it is losing the electron, fluorine and chlorine, it is given to be this and this in the question. Now they are saying that electron affinities are this and this for fluorine and chlorine. So we can write the electron affinities, that means the gain of the electron, this and this is given to you, right? Now let us see the next statement. Now if you see this statement here, they are saying in a sample containing fluorine and chlorine, what they are asking, the number of fluorine and chlorine atoms in a sample. This is what they are asking. See, very simple question it is. Total expenditure is for removal of electron is 300 kilojoules. So if I say number of fluorine is N1, number of chlorine is N2, number of fluorine is N1, number of fluorine is N2. N1 into IP1, that is IP1 plus N2 into IP2 is given to be total expenditure, right? Expenditure of this, right? So, so we can say energy is required, that will be 300, but this is an electron volt, this is an electron volt, so you have to convert it into electron volts. That will be your first statement. Second is N1 into electron affinity of 1 plus N2 into electron affinity of 2 is equals to, they are saying the release of addition of one electron each atom releases a total energy of minus 70. Minus 70, why? Because it is releasing the energy. That's why even though they have not put here minus, right, but still I'll put minus here because there is release of energy in this case, right? So that will be minus 70, and this also you will convert it into electron volt, right? Because when you're adding something, right, this you have seen in physics units and dimensions, that the unit should be same, right? Only then we can add those things, right? So it should be same here, right? Now, two equations you have, two variables you have, rest is mathematics, right? Okay, you are pro in mathematics more than me. Why? Because you are currently studying mathematics from the core, right? So these two substitution you just need to do, that you can easily do, right? Okay, understood, students? So this is how we will convert first into kilojoules into joules. Then we will divide it by 1.6 into 10 raised to minus 19, so that it will be converted into electron volt. Similarly, in this case as well, right? And here you will have your answer. So one more thing here. If you see this, electron affinities are this and this, right? Electron affinities for fluorine and chlorine, right? That is negative here, right? Okay, electron affinities, you should know that this is going to be negative. Release of total energy is this, right? See, if electron affinity, total energy is getting released, that means the individual also energy is getting released, right? So that is why we will put negative, negative here, right? Okay, so that will be, you will have minus, minus here. Two equations you have, you solve these two equations and you will get your answer. Okay, rest part is mathematics part. This conversion is very important, right? And this negative, positive signs are very important. Okay. Now, next question is thermal decomposition of gases X2 to gas X at take place. This is from equilibrium chapter. This is from equilibrium chapter. Let us try to solve this, right? Let us try to solve this equilibrium chapter. right? What they have given you is thermal decomposition of gaseous X2 to X at 298 Kelvin takes place according to the following equation. This is the equation, right? So they are saying, firstly, I'll just draw the equation here. Okay. Array. I need to have one page that is empty. What I'll do to solve this, I need to have one page. So what I'll do, answer the ma'am. We already know answer is C. Okay. So now let us solve this. Okay. Answer C is not what is important in JEE, right? Because you can't cram the answers, right? Everything will be changed. So thermal decomposition of this reaction is given to you, that is X2, give rise to 2X. If you see, now let us see what is given in the question. They have given the standard Gibbs enthalpy of this reaction is positive. That means it is a non-spontaneous reaction, right? At the start of the reaction, 1 mole of X2 and no X you have, okay. Start you have 1 mole of this and 0 X you have, okay. Next is, as the reaction proceeds, the number of moles of X formed is given by beta. Beta equilibrium is the number of moles of X formed at equilibrium, okay. So firstly, I'll draw, generally I'll talk in alpha value, 1 minus alpha, right? This is the stoichiometry is 1, so alpha will be subtracted here. What will be formed here? 2 into alpha, because here stoichiometry is 2, right? Now, after this, we also know one thing, that they have given you, beta equilibrium is number of moles X formed at equilibrium. That means number of moles of X formed at equilibrium is beta equilibrium. So can I say 2 alpha is equals to beta? I'll just write beta E, right? So that means the alpha is going to be beta equilibrium divided by 2. So can I put this value here, right? Because alpha I don't know in the question, right? But beta equilibrium is there in the question, right? So that means I can only solve those variables that are given in the question. Okay. So it will be 1 minus beta equilibrium by 2. This is 2 into this beta, so it will be beta equilibrium. Right? Right? Okay. So that is the final thing that we have. Now let us see what else they have given you in the question. They have given you the reaction is carried out a constant pressure of 2 bar. Now total pressure is given to you, that is 2 bar. The pressure is going to remain the constant even at equilibrium, that is going to be 2 bar. For that, what I need to have? I need to convert this number of moles into pressure. If you see, we know that pressure is equals to mole fraction multiplied by total pressure. Okay. So I need to have total pressure here, right? Okay. So I need to have total pressure here. The reaction carried out at constant pressure of 2 bar. Consider gas. Okay. Right. Total pressure is given to be 2. So what I'll do, first I'll solve the mole fraction. Mole fraction is now total number of mole is 1 minus B equilibrium by 2 plus B equilibrium, right? So this will be 1 plus B equilibrium, beta equilibrium by 2, that is the total number of moles, right? So when you divide it, this is 1 minus beta equilibrium by 2 divided by 1 plus beta equilibrium by 2. This is beta equilibrium divided by 1 plus beta equilibrium by 2, right? When you multiply it by 2, that is going to be the partial pressure of reactants and products. Till now, beta, tell me if there is any problem. Here, right? Okay, that is how you will have the value of partial pressures here. Okay, these are the partial pressures. Now I'll tell you why I have solved this, because if you see in the question, they have asked you an incorrect statement. Decrease in the total pressure will result in the formation of more moles of gaseous X. See, first thing is they are saying decrease in the total pressure. See, we know that Lee-Chartley principle, whenever you decrease the total pressure, it will go towards more number of moles. More number of moles. So more number of moles are there in this side. This is 2 mole, this is 1. So pressure is decreased, it will go towards more because pressure and number of moles are inversely proportional. That means it will go in the forward direction. X formed will be more. It will result in the formation of more moles of gaseous X. That is absolutely correct. Okay. Next is at the start of the reaction, dissociation of gas X2 takes place spontaneously. Start of the reaction. See, if you're talking about the start of the reaction, they have given you in the question, the standard Gibbsian value of this reaction is positive, right? Start of the reaction, 1 mole of this and this, as the reaction proceeds, the number of moles of X formed is given by this. That means when you have at equilibrium, it is non-spontaneous, but in the initial stage, it is going to be spontaneous, right? So that means that is also the correct thing, right? At the start of the reaction, dissociation of X2 takes place spontaneously. This is beta equilibrium is equals to, beta equilibrium, the concentration is 0.7, okay? Kc is less than 1. See, simple thing is, if you talk about delta G is positive, right? So Kc will be less than 1. That is absolutely right. Right? That is absolutely right. Right? Okay. That means this thing is also correct. Okay. That means this thing is also correct. Right? Because if you see this, delta G is equals to minus RT ln of Kc. Right? If this is positive, that means ln of Kc is negative. Ln log of anything is negative only when Kc is less than 1, right? So that means Kc is less than 1 is also correct, right? Now we have this thing as a question mark. Definitely, ma'am, this is only the thing that is left, so C will be the correct answer, and we have also seen that in the answer, right? But if, let's see, beta equilibrium is equals to 0.7, right? Let us see if that is possible or not, right? For that, what I can do here, if I calculate the value of Kp, right? Because they have given me pressure, these things are given to you, right? So what we will do here, we'll calculate the value of Kp, right? What is Kp? I'll just solve it, guys. I'll just solve it. Kp is what? We have partial pressures, right? What will be the value of Kp? Anybody? Kp simple form, you tell me, no? What is the value of Kp? Kp is equals to, if you see, this is x raised to square, this is x2, right? Partial pressure, we are talking about partial pressure of x square. This is partial pressure of x2, right? Put both the values here, this is the partial pressure, this is the partial pressure of x, this is the partial pressure of x2. You put the values here, right? After solving, I'm telling you, after solving what you will get, right? After solving, students, what you will get is this value, okay? You can solve it with your own, like, okay, this is the thing that you will get here, right? Kp, it's not a very big calculation, guys. It's not a very big calculation. 1 plus beta by 2, eventually 1 will cancel out, right? That you have to solve. It's hardly 2-3 steps, right? Okay, so you can easily solve that. After that, you will get 8 beta equilibrium square, 4 minus beta square equilibrium, right? Now, they have given you that beta equilibrium is 0.7. So, if I put the value of beta equilibrium is 0.7, then the value of Kp is greater than 1. Kp is coming out to be greater than 1, which is not possible. If delta G is positive, if delta G is positive, then any value Kp or Kc should be less than 1, right? It is coming out to be greater than 1, right? So that means C is the incorrect option here, okay? C is the incorrect option here, right? Okay. Understood, students? C is the incorrect option here. You have to solve it throughout, right? Okay. Next question on your screen, we have a tertiary alcohol. Now from organic chemistry, we have some questions, okay? So here it is. A tertiary alcohol H upon acid catalyzed dehydration, right? When you're doing acid catalyzed dehydration, right? Gives the product I. So again, see in what kind of questions they try to ask you is where X, Y, I, P, Q, R, S, you have no idea, but still you have to give the answer. So here, if you have done enough practice, you'll be able to understand what hit and trial methods you have to use here, right? So a tertiary alcohol H upon acid catalyzed dehydration give a product I, right? Okay. Tertiary alcohol there is upon acid they gives the product I. Now tell me one thing, if you have a tertiary alcohol upon acid catalyzed dehydration, what kind of I they will give you? Alkene, isn't it? If you have tertiary alcohol, right, you take out acid catalyzed dehydration, you take out water from it, it will give you alkene, right? So can I say here that if you have H is going to give you I, right? So this is tertiary alcohol. I don't know which alcohol, but I definitely know this is tertiary alcohol, right? So when it loses water, it is going to give you I. It is going to give you I, which we know is going to be alkene. Because tertiary alcohol upon dehydration, let's say you have this tertiary alcohol here, simple language I'm telling you. I don't know which tertiary alcohol they are talking about. I know that if this tertiary alcohol it has, so it will give you this kind of alkene. Alkene is formed here. Now after that they are saying, plus if they are talking about ozonolysis, definitely we know that ozonolysis is possible in alkene or alkynes, right? So ozonolysis of I leads to compounds J and K. Okay. Ozonolysis means what you will do. After that ozonolysis, we know that ozonolysis you have, this is J and K is formed, right? So that means either this is aldehyde or ketone, aldehyde or ketone. Why we are saying aldehyde or ketone, right? Because we know that whenever we have alkene, right? Any alkene, it will break the bond, double bond O will be formed. If this is hydrogen, that will be aldehyde. If both of them are R, it will be ketone, right? Now I have to see which will be aldehyde, which will be ketone, right? Next is J and K upon reaction. Okay, to compound J and K, compound J upon reaction with KOH gives benzyl alcohol and a compound L. Simple thing. See here what they are saying is J upon KOH will give you alcohol and carboxylic acid. See, KOH, either it can be aldol condensation or it can be Cannizzaro condensation, Cannizzaro reaction. Two things are possible here. So if you see that they are saying that this is giving you benzyl alcohol is this thing, right? Benzyl alcohol is this thing. That means the acid formed will be like this. Acid formed will be this. Isn't it? Because with the same number of carbon, one oxidation, one reduction. That means, can I say this will be an aldehyde, which will be benzaldehyde? That means I got a hint that this is the aldehyde, this is the aldehyde, which I'll draw a hint, I'll draw by this, that we now know that we are talking about benzaldehyde here. Now we know that whenever ozonolysis was occurring, one part was this benzaldehyde, right? Okay, next part is and compound L. This is the compound L. Guys, this is compound L. Okay, JKL. Now what they are saying, where K on reaction with KOH gives only M. That means K, see. So because this is undergoing Cannizzaro reaction, this should not have any aldehyde. This, they are saying it is only giving you M, right? with KOH. That means if it is not getting disproportionated, that means can I say here we are talking about aldol condensation, which will have some alpha hydrogen, right? That means it can be, I don't know what it can be, right? But if you see tertiary alcohol you have, and here you need one aldehyde or ketone that is here having alpha, have alpha hydrogen. This has alpha hydrogen. Now M, I think they have drawn. M they have drawn. Interesting question, right? So this is very, very interesting. See, from here you have to draw what is L. From that we will draw alkene. From that we will draw the corresponding 3-degree alcohol, right? Okay. From here, if you're able to draw from which compound this must have formed. So this we can see this is aldol because this is alpha beta unsaturated is formed. That means what should have happened here? pH, C double bond O, CH3. I think this must be your answer, right? Because if you do the aldol condensation here, what will happen? You will have pH C O CH2 alpha, right? So this will get connected to the CO, right? And here this will be converted to OH, right? And alpha and beta position, this is CO. From alpha and beta position, hydrogen, water will be eliminated. This kind of bond you will have. pH, CO, then you have CH, which is having double bond. That double bond is connected to one CH3 and one pH. That means definitely what is L? L is pH C double bond O CH3. That after aldol condensation is giving you this thing, right? That after aldol condensation is giving you this thing, that is your M, right? So we have till now, we know that, yes students, ma'am assemble, yes. Now what we have, here what we have, this is L, okay students, yes bacho, that is L, right? Now L you have, see, simple thing is you have no L nahi, I am talking about K. So sorry, yeah, so sorry. K. This is K. This is given to be K. J upon this, K on the reaction gives you M, right? So this is K. Now students, simple thing is you have K, you have J. You can easily make C. We know that what is J? This is J. This is J. Okay, you can also draw it like this. This is J. What is K? What is K? pH, right? C double bond O. This you can write C double bond O. This is pH. This is CH3. That means this is only possible by ozonolysis of this kind of compound, that is, this is pH, this is C double bond C, this is H, that is over here. Because this bond will break and it will give you, and it will, this pi bond will break and double bond or double bond will get attached to it. That means this is alkene. This is alkene. This is the alkene that you have, right? This is the alkene that you have, that is I. This is I. This is I. Okay, students, that is I. Now, from this I, can you form which 3-degree alcohol we are talking about? Can you form which 3-degree alcohol? Because we have taken out water from here, right? So, if you talk about that OH is present here, H is present here, copy pasting this thing here, right? If I say that this is I, I'll not erase that. I'll just erase this thing. This is only possible from which dehydration? This is possible if you have pH, this is C, single bond C, this is pH, this is CH3. So now you need to see which will have a stable 3-degree carbocation, right? So if you have OH here and you have H here, right? Then what will happen? This is 3. If you, let's say, ma'am, no, ma'am, I want to have OH here. Ma'am, I want to have OH here, ma'am, H here. Then this is 2 degree. We need to have 3 degree alcohol, right? So for that, what we will have, this is C, this is OH, and this is H, and this is H that was in the starting. This is H that was in the starting. So now we have identified everything. H, I, J, K, L, M, N, everything we have identified. Now we will see the question. Till now we are just identifying the compounds here, right? Now we will see the question here. Question is given to be, I think they have given you what? What is the question, guys? Acha, here it is. Compound H is formed by reaction of what? So guys, we have, this is compound H. Now we have to form this compound H with what reactions? Okay, we have to see with which of the following reaction you can have compound H. First, I'll draw compound H here, that is PH3 CH2C. Okay, I'll just draw that PHCH2C. This is PH, this is CH3, this is OH. That is possible in which of the case, right? If you draw it here, this will be PH, we'll substitute here, this will be COH, CH3, PH, PH. So this is not what we have, right? So A is not correct because PH will be here and this will be OH. That is not correct. If you see this here, this will be CH2PH. So that means here you will have CH2PH, right? But we want one more CH3 also, so that is also not possible, right? If you see here, you have CH2, this is negative, this is positive. It will attack here, it will be converted to OH, right? This will be CH2PH. So one carbon which is connected to PH, that is connected to CH, that is connected to OH, that is connected to CH2PH. That means B is the correct answer here, right? That means B is the correct answer where H is being formed here. This is also not possible, right? So B is the correct answer here, right? Okay. Okay. Understood? Yes, everybody. Is that clear? Right? So B is going to be the correct answer here, right? Shall we move towards the next question, right? Okay. So that is how you will have H as the correct answer here. D, it should be B. Wait a minute, it should not be D, it should be B. Okay, it should be B. Okay, it should be B. Let me just erase that. Right. Next question, students, let us see that interesting question on your screen. Let us try to solve it. Everybody, let us try to solve it. Right? It's a very interesting question, right? So everybody, let's try to solve it. So you have alkene, you add Cl2 at 20 degrees Celsius, then you add water and CaOH twice, then you add H positive and you heat it, you will get A. They are asking you what is A, right? So we'll draw one by one what we will do here, right? Okay. So here it is, CH2 double bond C, CH2 double bond C, this is CH3 CH2. Acha, tell me one thing. If you talk about this thing here, they are giving you Cl2 and they have added Cl2 at 20 degrees Celsius. That means halogen, right? It is going to give anti-attack here. So anti-attack will be there, right? Anti-attack will be there, right? So that means what will happen? It will form a cyclic intermediate, and then anti-attack you will have. One chlorine will be here, pi bond will break, right? So anti-addition will take place here when you add Cl2. That means here we can say that this will be CH2, this is C, this is CH3, this is CH3, right? And here what you have, this is Cl. Let's draw it here, this is Cl. Okay. This is what you have. After that, what we are doing? After that, we are adding water and CaOH twice, right? So when you are adding water into this, right, what will happen? Right, when you are adding water into this Cl will be replaced by OH here, right? So you will have OH. Yes, that will lead to a cyclic compound. Yes. So now what we will do? We will add water and this. Okay. Just give me a second. Now you need to tell me that because when you're adding water and when you're adding water into it, you have this Cl, you have that Cl. Which Cl will be replaced? The one which is more acidic in nature. That means this Cl will be replaced here. So it will be CH2 COH, right? This will be Cl and this will be CH3 and this will be CH3. After that, what will happen? More acidic hydrogen will be eliminated, right? So this will be CH2, C, this is O negative, this is CH3, this is CH3, this is Cl, right? Now, there will be neighboring group participation. This O negative is going to attack here. This Cl will be eliminated. And what you will have, it may seem that it's an easy question, but in reality, right, it is a lengthy question, right? That's why mistakes are like easily you can do mistakes here, right? It's possible to do mistakes here because the question is, when you see this, you will feel that it's easy, but in reality, it's not that easy, okay? So now here what will happen? This is CH2, this is C, this is CH3, this is CH3, right? And here it will form a cyclic ring here, right? That is COC. Now, after that, you're adding H positive, right? You're adding H positive and you are heating it. You're adding H positive and you're heating it. So now what will happen? Two things can happen here, right? Either this bond will shift here, right? You will have O negative. Either this bond will shift here, you will have O negative and CH here. Either this bond will shift here. Anybody in the chat box, if I say this is number 1 carbon, this is number 2 carbon, to which carbon you will have oxygen? In the end, to which carbon you will have oxygen? Anybody in the chat box? Anybody in the chat box? To which carbon you will have the oxygen? See, the one which is more stable. Ma'am, how we will define the stability? Let's say because you're adding H positive, that will be because it has lone pair, H positive will be attached here, it will have positive charge, right? Now, two things can happen. Either this electrons can move to this side, right? You will have OH here, right? And this will be CH2 positive. Or second thing is what can happen? This bond can move to this side because oxygen is positive here. We need to give it electrons. Either it can have CH2OH here. That means two things are possible here. It can be CH2, this is OH. If the electrons are moving to this side, it can be OH here. This will be C, this will be CH3, this will be CH3, and there will be positive because from here the electrons we are donating. Or it can also be, I'll just draw it like this, okay? Either this is possible or this is also possible. I'll draw it with red, or this is possible. That is, you will have CH2, right? Because here the electrons you are donating, so it will be positive charge. And this thing, this will be OH, right? COH, and that will be CH3, and this is CH3. Now, beta, tell me which one is more stable. If you see this, this is 3-degree carbocation, right? This is 1-degree carbocation. So this is more stable. This is not stable. So now this thing is formed, right? Even after that, if you have like studied GOC, then you should know that if you talk about carbocation stability, right? We also rearrange the carbocation if we can convert it into a more stable carbocation. So if I convert it into, if I do the hydride shift here, this hydride is shifted here. If I make it like this is CH, right? This is CH, This is CH3, this is CH3. One hydride from this position is shifted to this position. In that case, this will be OH and here it will be positive. Now, can you see there is back bonding in this case? Electron deficient, electron rich. So, there is back bonding here, right? So, we can see that here you can see that there is back bonding. This is back bonding. So, back bonding means this is going to be more stable, right? Rather than this is going to be more stable. Now, if I say this is more stable, now this is the carbocation, so I'll just draw it on the next page. This is CH, this is OH, right? This is positive, or I'll just draw it like this. This is OH, this is positive here, right? Then what you have here, this is CH, CH3, CH3. CH, after carbocation also you have CH, right? Yes. CH, CH3, CH3. Now, if you see this here, now what can happen? This has lone pairs. This lone pair can shift here because of the back bonding. So, this will be C double bond O. This is H here. This H will be towards this side. And here what you will have, because this hydrogen will get shifted here, no? Right? So, here what you will have, this is CH, this is CH3, this is CH3. And hence, in the end, you have the formation of an aldehyde. Let us see, is there any same compound that we can see? This is not formed, right? This thing is, I think, formed. CHO, CH3, CH3, this thing is formed, right? So, answer will be B is the correct answer here, right? Okay, B is the correct answer here, right? So, it's a lengthy question. If you can see, it was not a very easy question if you see, right? But the chances of doing mistake are maximum here, because if you see at every step something new is happening, right? At every step, first there will be ring formation, then there will be breaking of ring, and after that you will form a more stable carbocation, rearrangement of carbocation, then you will land up to the correct answer here, right? So many things are involved here. That's why this makes this question very important, right? Very important for your JEE Advanced, right? Okay. Next question is this one again. This is a question which can be solved in, let's say, 2-3 minutes also. It's not like a very lengthy question, right? But for this question, what you need to see is that when you're solving this question, right, then see everything, right? Whatever is mentioned in the question, right? You just can't see, okay, solid I know, dash I know. You have to see that what they have given you in the question, right? What they have given you some important statements here. For a given compound X, the total number of optically active stereoisomers are given to be this. Total optically active stereoisomers are given to you. Optically active stereoisomers, one is this. Now they have, okay, you have to ask the optically active stereoisomers here, right? If you see this here, the solid which they are saying, this type of bond indicates that configuration at the specific carbon and the geometry of the double bond is fixed. That means this is fixed, this is fixed, this is fixed, this is fixed, and this double bond is also fixed. You can't have cis and trans here, right? Because they are saying that the configuration around, if something is attached to this solid wedge, then the configuration is fixed. Even for a double bond, it is fixed, right? So when I am saying it is fixed, now let's talk about the dash. This type of bond indicates that configuration at the specific carbon and the geometry of the double bond is not fixed, right? That means I can do the variations here. I can do the variations here. I can do, see, these are the variations that I can have. This is the variation that I can have, right? Okay. If you see this thing here, that is the chiral carbon. That means variation is possible here, right? So I can say that if I am calculating N, because this is N I am calculating, that is 1 for chiral carbon. For these two, what I'll have? See, one thing is, if you see this here, this is 1, this is 2, and this is 1 double bond. So you can say one geometrical isomerism site, other are, this is chiral, this is chiral. That means N is going to be 3. Right, that means N is going to be 3. This carbon, one double bond site. Right, because they're asking you stereoisomers. You will have geometrical isomers, optical isomers, everything here. So we know that for unsymmetrical, it is going to be 2 raised to power n, that is 2 raised to power 3, that is going to be 2 into 2 into 2, that is 8. But here the important point, very important point, like most of the students will put 8 here, but that will be the wrong answer, okay? So I'll tell you why. Let's say, ma'am, if I have, let's say, ma'am, this can have two things, right? It can be, this means its configuration can change, right? So that means here what I can have this kind of configuration also here, right? If at this point I have this dash wedge also, opposite configuration I'm telling you. Because see, this solid is fixed, this we cannot change, but this we can change. If it is in here, it is inward, so I can, there will be, out of these 8 structures, different possibilities are there. First, it will be dash, it will be solid, that means it will be inwards, this will be outwards, this will be outwards, this will be inwards. But there will be one possibility where this will be, one possibility will be both will be outwards, where both will be in the same configuration as above, right? So can you see, now if you see this here, they are mirror images of each other. Now if you see, they are mirror images of each other. Can you see? Because we have to calculate the optically active stereoisomers, right? So for that, we are not looking for mirror images. They are not isomers or stereoisomers of each other, right? Identical they will be, right? So that means 1 I have to subtract here, which will be this condition. So it will give you 7 as the correct answer, right? Very good, very good, very good. 7 is the correct answer. Very good atomic play. Yes. So 7 is the correct answer here, right? Okay. So that was the important point for you, that 8 how we got, and -1, right? That is when you will have this and this as the mirror images of each other, which will have a plane of symmetry, right? Okay. So 7 will be the correct answer here. Let me see. I'll just give you 1, 2 questions here, right? So rest of the questions we can do in the next class, right? Because too many questions, or you want to do 1 or 2 questions here as well. Let's do this question. This is different. This question is different, okay? So let's do this one. An analysis of rock shadowed the relative. Okay, let's do this question here. Right, after that, I'll call upon Namrata ma'am, right? After that, I'll call Namrata ma'am for the rest of the part. Let me see. Okay. So last question for chemistry. Let us see that, everybody. Last question of chemistry. Let us see that. Yes, students, let us see the last question of chemistry. Okay. Yes. Now, let us see this. An analysis of rock showed the relative number of strontium 87 and rubidium 87. Okay. Then they are saying that T half is given to you is 0.05. Okay. What is the age of the rock? Assume that strontium has not been formed from. Okay. That means rubidium 87 has given you this. Right. Now, if you see this here, what they are saying, the analysis of rock showed the relative number of this and this atom is this. Relative means the atoms ratio they have given you. atoms of strontium by atoms of this they have given you. It is given to be 0.05, right? What is the age of the rock? Age of the rock they are asking you. Age of the rock they are beta asking you. That means you have to calculate the time here. Okay, you have to calculate the time here, right? Okay. Now they have also given you that this RB87 is formed from the age of the formed from this only. Okay, this is 87. Let's assume that initially it was A. Okay, initial concentration they have not given to me, so I'll assume it as A. Right, this is 0. So I assume that A minus X, this is X is formed, right? Now, if you see, if I want to apply the first order reaction here, then what I should know that here they have given you the half-life period, right? From half-life, I can find the value of lambda, right? Lambda is the rate constant, I can find it here, right? Then what I should know the initial concentration and the final concentration here, right, of this rubidium, right? That is A and A minus X, the ratio of A and A minus X, right? So for that, if I add, this will be plus 1. If I add plus 1 here, just see one thing here. If I add plus 1 here, okay, if I add plus 1 here, right? If I add plus 1 here, so what will happen here? This will become, taking the LCM, this will be atom of strontium 87 plus rubidium 87, right, divided by atom of only rubidium 87. This will be 1.05. So can you see, this is the initial concentration, this is the final, because in the final you will have strontium and rubidium both, right? So can I say the opposite ratio they have given you here? Beta, can you see that the opposite ratio they have given you here? Right? Just give me a second. I have just texted Namrata ma'am. Let me just see if she is replying. By the time you answer this, let me just call her again. Chalo, I have texted her again. Okay. So I hope so. So now, what I was telling you here, that you have first order reaction. Okay. So first order reaction means what you have? You have lambda into T is equals to 2.303 log of initial by final. So if you see, this will be the initial concentration, right? This will be the final concentration. If you see, initial is A divided by, initial is the A divided by A minus X, right? Initial atom of this and this divided by atom of this, so that is going to be log of 1.05, right? And then if you see this here, lambda is given to be, you can just put the value 6.096 divided by T half. T half is already given to you, that is 4.7 into this years, and this answer is also in years. This will be 2.303 log of 1.05. You can put the value of T half, that is given to be 4.7 into 10 raised to 10. And from there, you can easily solve the value of time here, right? You can easily solve the value of time here. Okay, students, right? Let me just call Namrata ma'am now. Okay. Okay, students, I have called Namrata ma'am. She is joining in next 1 minute. So that's it for chemistry, and I'll see you all in the next session. Do let us know in the comment section if you want more sessions for JEE Advanced. And for all the students who are preparing for other exams as well, students, I am also taking BitSat most important questions today. And moreover, if you are preparing for other exams as well, you can see all the test series that are given in the description box. And also, if you're preparing for, let's say, 2026 and you are just here to see the level, then students, we have IVSAT program, IVSAT scholarship test that is going on right now, where you can register yourself, you can give the test, right? Because if you're solving JEE Advanced question, that means you can actually give the test and you can have really good marks in the test, right? That is the registration form. Now, after this, what will happen, ma'am? What is the benefit of IVSAT, right? It's a scholarship test. So that means you will get scholarship based on your marks. So if you're here solving JEE Advanced question, you're preparing for JEE 2026, that means you definitely should give this test so that you can avail the offers, right? 90% up to scholarship you can avail in the offline as well as online centers here, right? Okay. And if you're preparing for, because see, for JEE Advanced, like, we have books very interesting if you like solving these kind of questions that I have given you, right? So these kind of questions you will find in Rank Accelerator book, that is for JEE Advanced. Chemistry, math and physics, all the books will be available to you in the link, right? So now I'll go. Namrata ma'am will join. Bye bye, take care, see you all in the next class. Bye bye.
Hello Ninja Warriors. So we are going to start with the mathematics section of JEE Advanced mock test. If I am audible and visible, do let me know in the chat box. Let me just open the chat box and have a look. So am I live, students? Am I live? Yes, everybody? Okay, hi Kadari. Okay, all right. Hello kiddo. All right, so make sure that you have liked the session, and now we are going to start with the oops, I think there is some distortedness over here. Okay, let me just do a little thing, which is, yeah, let me adjust my board a little. I think this is better. This view is better. Okay, all right, you are live. Rank Accelerator book problems, you guys are saying. I'm waiting for you since 69 hours. What are you saying? Okay, chalo, let's start with the mathematics section. Okay, I'm not gonna do anything like before that. I'm just going to start the very first question because already you have done your physics and chemistry sections. So now is the time for mathematics. The very first question, I have kept it very easy so that you just get that warm-up thing that, okay, we are going to get into JEE Advanced proper questions, okay? So this mathematics session, I will tell you, it is going to be very mind-boggling and confidence booster session as well, okay? Because I have created a mock test wherein I have picked a mock test in such a way that there will be 3 to 4 easy questions as well. In JEE Advanced, trust me, there will be easy question 3 to 4, at least 3 to 4. You have to pick the right questions in the first 15 to 20 minutes of your JEE Advanced paper. Okay? All right. So yes, let's start. We will talk about the nature of the questions as well. We are not just going to solve and move ahead. We are going to talk about that how the question is it doable? Is it skippable? Right? Okay? Okay. All right, let's start. This is your Gx. Gx is given as, let me increase the brightness, yes, better. Gx is given as 3 when x is pi by 2, and Gx is nothing but greatest integer function of fx. What is fx? Fx is given over here, okay, union pi by 2, right? So basically your Gx is given for 0 to pi by 2 and pi by 2 to pi, okay, and for x equals to pi by 2, it is given as 3. This is your fx, okay. And if I look at the fx, this is sine raised to power n, sine raised to power n. N is belonging to real number except 1. Now, let us have a look at the options. They are asking about whether gx is continuous and differentiable at pi by 2 or not. This is what they are talking about, and they are taking 2 cases. N belongs to 0 to 1 and n is greater than 1. So very easy. See, by looking at the options, I can see that I need to calculate the value of fx when as n is lying between 0 and 1. This is the very first case, and the second case will be n greater than 1. Okay. Now I am going to use a very basic level concept, my dear students. Basic level constant. Okay. Basic level concept. What is that? Just tell me one thing. See, because there is this modulus. You can see the modulus. Now just tell me one thing. For n lying between 0 to 1, which one will be bigger? Sin x or sin x power n? Please make sure that you have that also, that your sin x in first and second quadrant is always positive and it is a fractional quantity. So can you see sin x is a fraction? Okay, and this is fraction power fraction. Now just tell me one thing. Let me just, this is a calculator thing. You do it, okay? So 0.5 and 0.5 raised to power 0.5. Which one is bigger? Tell me. This one will be bigger. 0. Fraction raised to power fraction will be bigger. Okay, that is first thing. But now 0.5 and this is 0.5 raised to power suppose 3, because the power over here is lying between 0 and 1. Here n belongs to 0 to 1 and here n is greater than 1. So when n is greater than 1, automatically 0.5 cube will be 0.125, which will be lesser. So this will be lesser. This will not be greater. 0.5 will be greater. So when n is greater than 1, then your sin x, when n is greater than 1, then your sin x will be bigger than sin power nx. Yes or no? But if n is less than 1, your sin x and sin power nx, this one will be bigger. So sin power nx will be bigger if I talk about, let's talk about the very first case, right? N belongs to 0 to 1. F of x will be equals to, now understand, since sin nx is bigger, sin x is smaller, so this modulus will get open with a negative sign. So twice of this quantity minus this quantity, 2 minus this. So sin x, only 1 will be remaining, sin x minus sin power x power n. Whole upon, now again this modulus will get open with a negative sign, so there will be a positive sign. Because of that, 2 plus 1, 3 sin x minus sin power nx. Yes or no? So clearly, if you see that fx is equals to 1 by 3, for this quantity, fx is nothing but 1 by 3. So for n belongs to 0 to 1, your gx is coming out as, for n belongs to 0 to 1, your gx is coming out as fractional part of 1 by 3. Fractional part of 1 by 3, which is nothing but 0. For x belongs to 0 to pi by 2, union pi by 2 to pi, and it is 3 when your x belongs to pi by 2. Can you see that gx is 0 and 3? So limit, so basically the function gx is discontinuous at x equals to pi by 2 for n lying between 0 and 1. So if I go back, for n lying between 0 and 1, is it continuous? No. So it is actually discontinuous. Okay. So for is continuous. So this is also wrong, because see, option C is saying gx is continuous but not differentiable. No, gx is actually discontinuous at x equals to pi by 2. Got it? Everybody? Yes, getting it? Alrighty. Now they are talking about n greater than 1. What happens when n greater than 1? When n is greater than 1, then sin x will be greater than sin x power n. So this will be positive. So 2 plus 1, 3. So fx in this scenario where n is belonging to 1 to infinity, tell me. 2 plus 1, 3. Then we have sin x minus sin power nx whole upon, this is 2 minus 1, so sin x minus sin power nx. So clearly this is nothing but 3. Everybody? Yes, this is coming out as 3. So now for here gx is actually equals to 3 and 3 for x equals to pi by 2, and this is for x belongs to 0 to pi by 2 union pi by 2 to pi. Can you see For n greater than 1, your Gx is becoming continuous. This is single correct type. So Gx is continuous. Option B is absolutely right. And option D again is wrong. So only B option is correct. Everybody in the chat box, are you getting it? Okay. Alrighty. Shall I move on to the next problem? So this is, I think, one of the easiest problem of this session. Now let's talk about another question, which is, I think now we need to level up. This question is a little bit level up. Ma'am, it's open bracket pi by 2, no? Yes, I have applied. Yes, I have not applied open bracket. Let me just check. Have I given you close bracket? No, I have given you open only. Open. Everywhere I have applied open, no? Because see, x is equals to pi by 2 is here, so it definitely is an open bracket. Okay. Next question. Okay. Good question. Let's do this question nicely. First of all, we need to understand a couple of problems over here. Acha, before I get into this, I just want you to, want that one concept. One basic JEE main level concept, I don't know how many of you know, but there is this very popular question. Which talks about that there are 3 people, A, B and C. Okay, A hits the target with probability 2 by 3, B hits the target with probability 4 by 5, C hits the target with probability 3 by 4. What is the overall probability of hitting the target? Do you remember this question? What is the overall probability of hitting the target? So what do we do? 1 minus. A doesn't hit the target, B doesn't hit the target, C doesn't hit the target, because see, the events are independent events. So 1 minus no one is hitting the target is equals to, so we use this concept, probability of hitting. Hitting is equals to what? 1 minus probability of no one is hitting the target. No one hitting the target. Okay, so this is 1 minus no hitting. So probability of A not hitting the target will be 1 by 3. Probability of B not hitting the target is 1 by 5. And probability of C not hitting the target is 1 by 4. So this is probability of overall the target is hit. This is what your answer is. This is how you do. Remember this concept, everybody? Yes? Okay. All right. Alright, now let's talk about this question, very good question. An artillery target may be either at a point 1 with probability 8 by 9 or at a point 2 with probability 1 by 9. So basically what they are having is, they are having 2 targets, probability 1 and 2, okay, and an artillery target. So what we can do is, we are standing here, we can either target this or this. Now, with a probability 8 by 9 or 1 by 9. So probability of hitting at 1 by, like at target 1 is 8 by 9 and not hitting is, not getting hit is 1 by 9, correct? What about 2? This is 1 by 9 of hitting and 8 by 9 of missing the target. See, if you fire, na, even if you fire, there are chances if you fire at first. So what they are saying is, 8 out of 9 times it will get hit. 1 time it might get missed. It happens, na? If you just fire a target, you are a human. So it depends on your skill set also, and probability of running a 9 shot and hitting 8 times out of 9 is therefore 1. And for second thing, if you fire 9, so 1 out of 9 times you are going to get, 1 out of 9 times you are going to get a hit for second target. I think this is clear. We have 55 shells, each of which have to be fired either at point 1 or point 2. So now obviously, because now I am playing, you have gone and played that shooting wala thing, na? So obviously you should have that, like gun should have that bullets, or you can call them shells also. So you have 55 bullets, you can say, and you have to consume those 55 shells. You have to pinpoint those 55 shells. You can either use it to target one point, or you can either use it to target second point. Suppose you are doing 10 for point number 1, so rest 45 will be for point number 2. If you are doing 25 for point number 1, then the rest 30 will be for point number 2. Are you getting this point? Yes, okay. Each shell may hit the target independent of other shells with probability half. Now understand this. Each shell may hit the target. See, you are firing. Probability actually based on two things. One is the shooter is firing, and second is the shell is working. Okay? Alright. So, how will you hit the target? Tell me. You fire and it gets hit. This is the thing. Okay? You fire it, first step, and at the same time, now that shell should hit the first point. Then your target will be hit. Now what they are saying is maximum number of shells must be fired at a point 1 to have maximum probability of hitting the target. Okay, let's do one thing. Suppose n shells are targeted at point 1. N shells are targeted at point 1. Targeted, or you can call it as X. Yes, X shell. X shells are targeted at point 1. At point 1, X shells are targeted. Second, 55 minus X will be targeted to point number 2, yes or no? Okay. Now, what we need to do is the total probability, overall probability. Overall probability will be what? So, overall probability will be probability of hitting 1, probability of firing X shells for 1 point, plus, so suppose see you want to hit 8 by 9, multiply. Now next you want how many X shells to hit point number 1, right? So now understand, now we are going to use this. Probability of hitting is equals to 1 minus probability of no hitting. So it is 1 minus probability of no hitting is 1 by 2 power X. Are you understanding my point? 8 by 9 because you are targeting at 1, and now how many shells are you firing? X shells. So 1 minus none of the shell hits. So if probability of hitting is half, probability of not hitting will also be half. So 1 minus first shell will not hit, second shell will not hit, and so on all the way up to X shells will not hit. So 1 minus half raised to power X plus. Now 1 by 9 because of the second point, and 1 minus 1 by 2 raised to power 55 minus X. Everybody, are you getting it? This is nothing but probability. And you know what? What do you want? You want maximum number of, you want probability to be maximum. This is actually your P of X. You want this expression P of X to be maximum. Correct or not? P of X should be maximum. So let me just arrange this a bit. You multiply 8 by 9 plus 1 by 9 will be 10 by 9. So probability of X 10 by 9 minus 8 by 9 into half power X minus 1 by 9 into, yes. So minus 8 by 9 half power X minus 1 by 9 into half power 55 minus X. 1 by 9 can be taken out, right? So probability of X is nothing but 1 by 9. 10 minus 8 by 2 power X minus 1 by 2 power 55 minus X. Now you want this to be maximum. So dP by dx should be equals to 0. Now this is a proper maxima minima problem. Right, everybody? This is a proper maxima minima problem. Once you are done with that, now, then it's an easy thing. Okay? Alright, so let's do this. Probability P dash X is what? 1 by 9 is constant, 10 is what? 0 minus. This is actually, if you see, na, let me just write down like this. 8 2 power minus X minus 2 power, and this is X minus 55. Okay? Alright, so 0 then 8 is constant. 2 power minus x derivative will be minus 2 power minus x ln 2. And what about this minus? This is 2 power x minus 55. This is also ln 2. Okay. Now, can you see ln 2? This is equals to 0. ln 2 will come out and it will become 0. So now what you are having is 8 into 2 power minus x is equals to 2x power minus 55. So this is 2 power 3 minus x is equals to 2 power x minus 55. Clearly, this is going to give you 58 is equals to 2x. That means x is nothing but 29. Is it? X is coming out as 29. That means 29 shells. As per the answer, option C is absolutely right. 29 shells you have to hit towards first point and remaining you should hit for second point. Tell me, was this a good question, everybody? Understood? Yes, Sanskriti. Yes, Vivid. Good problem, na? This is actually a very, like I would say that not an easy problem. It comes in a difficult problem, especially because of this. See, writing this particular thing is a little bit trickier thing. After that, differentiation, I don't think so. It's very difficult. Once you like realize that this is your probability of x, then the question becomes very much easy for you. Hold on. Now the next question, everybody. Next question. If cos 3x plus sine 2 pi minus 7 pi by 6 is equals to minus 2, again not a very difficult question, single correct type is there. Cos 3x and this is sine 2x minus 7 pi by 6. Cos something plus sine something is minus 2. What does that mean? If the sum of sine and cos is becoming minus 2, that means individually cos 3x should also be minus 1 and at the same time sine 2x minus 7 pi by 6 is also equals to minus 1. Everybody yes or not? Okay. So cos 3x is being minus 1. So now you know the trigonometric equation. 3x is equals to 2n pi plus minus alpha. Minus 1 when you are going to get pi. Okay, so this is pi. So x is going to be 2n pi by 3, this is plus only, plus alpha. Okay, alpha is nothing but this is cos of pi. So pi is alpha plus pi, correct? So this is your x from here. Sorry, this is pi by 3. Yes or no? Alpha is your pi, correct? Pi by 3. So 2n pi by 3. Hold on. Oops, sorry, not like this. See, when exactly are you going to get minus 1? Minus 1. Cos theta minus 1 comes when it is an odd pi. So 3x is nothing but 2n plus 1 pi, odd pi. X is nothing but 2n plus 1 pi by 3. Yes, that's also correct. 2n plus 1 pi by 3. Okay. So it should be 2n plus 1 pi by 3, odd pi by 3 basically. So you get 1 pi by 3, then you get 2 pi by 3, 3 pi by 3, then you have 4 pi by 3, 5 pi by 3, 6, 7 pi by 3, stuff like that. Now what about this? Sine something is equals to negative 1. So 2x minus 7 pi by 6. When exactly your sine something is minus 1? It is going to be 4n minus 1 pi by 2. So 4n minus 1 pi by 2. Correct? So 2x is equals to 4. Now let's start. This is actually 2n pi minus pi by 2 plus 7 pi by 6. Okay, so this is 7 minus 3, 4 pi by 6, 2 pi by 3. So 2x is equals to 2n pi plus This is your 3, 7 minus 3, 4 pi by 6, 2 pi by 3. And eventually you are going to get what? 2 cancel. So x is equals to n pi plus pi by 3. This is 2n pi plus pi by 3, n pi plus pi by 3. Two cancel, right? So 2n pi minus pi by 2 plus 7 pi by 6, that's correct. And it is, okay. So this is actually, see, this is 2n plus 1 pi by 3. What about this? This is 3n pi. This is 3n plus 1 pi by 3. This thing, if you solve it out, now it will become x is equals to 3n plus 1 pi by 3. Now if you observe, see, 3n plus 1 pi by 3, x is equals to 2n plus 1 pi by 3 and x is equals to 3n plus 1 pi by 3. If you want to combine these two, see, this is saying, actually if you focus on this, this is 2n pi by 3 plus pi by 3. And if you focus on this, 3m pi by 3 plus pi by 3. So you will realize that here you need a multiple of 2, here you need a multiple of 3. You want to take intersection because you want both of them to become minus 1 at the same moment. So 2n pi, 3n pi, you need to take LCM. So this is 6k pi plus pi upon 3. 6k plus 1 pi by 3 is absolutely correct. Option A is absolutely right because there is an and in between. Understand? You don't have to combine. You have to write only answers which is coming in this as well as this. Okay? No, it's not C. It's not C. See, if it is C, then it will only satisfy this now. 2n plus 1 pi by 3, that means cos 3x will become minus 1, but sine of this will not become minus 1. You want both of them to become minus 1. So you want only those selected picky values of x which is coming over here and which is coming over here as well. Okay? Alrighty, clear. Next question, are we ready? Okay, let's do, this is also an easy question. Now there is a JEE Advanced PYQ IIT JEE 2012 में ये पूछा गया था. They have asked in IIT JEE 2012, okay? Let alpha and beta are the roots of this equation. Then limit alpha tends to, they are only talking about alpha and beta where a tends to 0 plus, okay? Just tell me sum of roots. Sum of roots. Alpha plus beta with limit alpha tends to 0 plus. Can anybody tell me alpha plus beta limit a tends to 0 plus? Huh. So C by A. So this is 1 plus A power 1, sorry, minus B by A, correct? So this by this. So minus of 1 plus A power half minus 1 whole upon 1 plus A power 1 by 3 minus 1. Now how to solve it? This is a proper limits question. You put A tends to 0. So if A is 0, 0 by 0 form. You can apply L'Hopital, but I am going to apply binomial expansion wherein 1 plus any small quantity, here A is that small quantity, power n is equals to 1 plus n and into that small quantity. So this is 1 plus A power half will become 1 plus 1 by 2A minus 1 with a negative sign in front upon 1 plus 1 by 3A minus 1, okay? 1, 1, 1, 1 cancel, so this is minus 3 by 2. Alpha plus beta is actually coming out as minus 3 by 2. So you can still do hit and trial. Alpha and beta, they are saying sum of these two should be minus 3 by 2. So can you see actually it is minus 3 by 2. A can be the answer. B also can be the answer. 2 2s are 4. C also can be the answer. D also can be the answer. So this is a typical JEE Advanced question wherein even if you do the question till here, you will realize that no, Any of the options are not getting eliminated. All 4 are having still equal probability. Okay? Yes, understanding my point. Alright, so yes, this is alpha beta. Now limit a tend to 0 plus alpha beta. Product of roots. So again, this upon this, again I am going to apply. So 1 plus 1 by 6a minus 1 directly I am doing, and c by a. So 1 plus a by 3 minus a. So this is 3 by 6. So 3 by 6, correct? 1 by 2. So product should be 1 by 2. Now we are going to eliminate the options. If you product these two, minus 5 by 2. If you product these two, you will get 1 by 2. If you product these two, minus 7. Product of these two. So all the are incorrect. Option B is only satisfying our answer. What do you think? Again an easy question? Yes? Easy peasy lemon squeezy? Everybody? Are we ready for the next problem? These are JEE mains questions. Sanskriti is saying no, this is a JEE Advanced PYQ, my dear students. JEE Advanced. Are you finding these as JEE main level questions? No, Sanskriti. Why will I do JEE main question or in JEE Advanced mock test? Now the next, see the first 4 questions, let me share the pattern with you. Let me share the pattern of this thing with you. See, this is a JEE Advanced mock test. Question 1 and 1 to 4 are single correct. Now 5 to 10 will be multiple correct type. Now I think we should think about more than one options are correct. More than one options are correct, okay? So now this is your question, my dear students. Read this, multiple correct, okay? I am giving you like 2 minutes to think. 2 minutes to think this question. Let's think first and then we are going to solve together, okay? Let's think this first. Okay? Alright. Let A, B and C be 3 unit vectors such that, oops, this is missing, huh? Such that, sorry, this is root 3 which is given. A plus B plus C magnitude is root 3. Okay? A plus B plus C magnitude is root 3. Okay, alright. Now A cross B, B cross C, B cross C, C cross A, C cross A cross B is equals to lambda. Which of the following are correct? Which of the following are correct? Maximum value of lambda. They are talking about maximum value of lambda. Okay. So now understand. For doing this now, you need a concept. I don't know how many of you are aware about this. A cross B dot B cross C is equals to. Let me revise you a little bit. So this is A, sorry, not this. A cross B, generic, let me take it generic. C cross D. It is A cross C, then A cross D, sorry, A dot C. There is a direct formula. A dot C, then A dot D. Then you have B dot C, B dot D. How many of you are aware about this? This is a 2 cross 2 determinant. Now if you cross multiply A dot C into B dot D minus A dot D and B dot C. Okay. Alrighty. So now understand. Now I am going to tell you the trick. Just remember it. Learn this concept. Hashtag concept. Even if you are not aware about it. Recall this concept. I know this was not in JEE main. See. So in such situation, cross product dot cross product. So it is a scalar product of, actually it is a 4 vector product. So now see, AC and BD. Can you see AC and BD? Correct? Sequential wise. AC, BD. So AC, BD. Correct? Minus sign. Now AD and BC. AD and BC. Extreme AD and BC. Like that. Okay. So this is how we need to expand it. Let's do that. So this is AB dot, so A dot B, A dot B, then B dot C. Yes or no? I am expanding this, B dot C. Minus this time A dot C and B dot B. So minus A dot C and B dot B is B square. This is the first thing, okay? Plus. Now this is B dot C, A dot C. So B dot C, A dot C, B dot C, A dot C. Minus this is BA into C square. So minus BA. So A dot B and C square. Plus, last but not the least, CA, AB. CA, AB, correct? CA, AB, minus you have CB, A square. CB, A square. Now because A, B, C are unit vectors, so B square, C square, A square will become 1. And this is nothing but the value of lambda. And one thing I would like to do, can you see A dot B, B dot C, A dot C? So A dot B, I am marking it as X, B dot C as Y, C dot A is equals to Z. So lambda is equals to XY plus YZ plus ZX. Can you see XY, YZ, ZX minus X plus Y plus Z. Can I just write this? So xy plus yz plus zx minus x plus y plus z. Now we are here to look for maximum value of lambda. Maximum value of lambda. Everybody? Yes? X plus y plus z. Maximum value of lambda we need to get. The maximum value of lambda. Okay. So xy. Now what to do? Think about it. So xy plus yz plus zx. Okay, let's do one thing. See, we know that. See, understand, we have that thing, okay, which is a plus b plus c is given as root 3. Okay, now if I square it both the sides, what will happen? A square 1 plus 1 plus 1. A square plus b square plus c square plus 2. A dot b, which is x plus y plus z, is equals to 3. So can you see, this is your 3, this is your 3. So x plus y plus z is actually coming out as 0. So this is coming out as 0, this is 0. So now your lambda is just x, y, y, z and zx. Yes or no? This is your lambda. Okay. So now one more thing. X, y, y, z, zx. That's what you want. Now let's start with x plus y plus z whole square is nothing but x square plus y square plus z square plus 2 xy plus yz plus zx. Yes or no? Okay. And this is 0. We know that x plus y plus z is 0. So now xy plus yz plus zx. Okay, this is, we know that this is 0. xy plus yz plus zx is nothing but x square plus y square plus z square with a negative sign and this minus 1 by 2, correct? Minus 1 by 2. Okay, xy plus yz plus zx is equals to minus 1 by 2. Now understand, this is always greater than or equals to 0. This is always greater than or equals to 0 and moreover less. The equality will hold. The equality will hold. Sorry, it is actually less than or equals to 0, no, because we have a negative sign. See, this is always either 0 or positive. So negative of always positive quantity will always be negative. So either it can be 0 and 0 will happen when x equals to y equals to z equals to 0. Then only you will get 0. Otherwise, the value of xy plus yz plus zx will be lesser. It can either be negative or 0. Now you pick. If I am saying that a value can either be 0 or negative, pick the maximum value. You don't have any other option. You have to pick 0. So maximum value of lambda is nothing but 0, my dear students. Okay, lambda max is 0. And that too, when exactly it is happening? Lambda max is becoming 0 when x equals to y equals to z equals to 0. X is what? So a dot b is equals to b dot c is equals to c dot a is 0. What does that mean? A, B, C are mutually perpendicular unit vectors. So lambda, the maximum value of lambda we will get when the volume of parallelepiped is √3. So basically they are unit vectors A, B, C. So box ABC is volume of parallelepiped. Okay, so box ABC is going to be nothing but A, B, C. So if they are unit vector, I think option B is incorrect. It should be 1. So option B is incorrect. Wrong. It should be 1. Because now for maximum value of lambda, from maximum value of lambda, which is 0 by the way, your A, B, C are 3 unit vectors which are mutually perpendicular vectors. Now, if lambda is maximum, then the value of this, now this is easy, this is a scalar triple product, 2a dot a cross b is 0, 2a dot 5b cross c is 10 box ABC, plus 2a dot 6c cross a is again 0 now, 3b dot a cross b is 0, 3b, 3 5s are 15, 3b, again this is 15 is also 0, 3b dot b cross c is 0. This is 3b into 6ca. So BCA, so 18 ABC plus 4CAB. So yes, this is 4ABC. Cyclic order, remember. Now 4C into this will be 0, 4C into this will be 0. Now box ABC, I told you for maximum value of lambda, box ABC is 1. So this is nothing but 32 box ABC. And magnitude of if you want to take, so this is 32, that means option C is absolutely right. So A and C are correct answers. Everybody, A and C correct? Have a look. Alrighty. Next question on your screen is this. Question number 6. Okay, very easy question. I think this is one of the, I told you now, 3 to 4 questions, there will be easy questions. So this is one of them. In JEE Advanced also, in more than one correct also, you can get. So A is given as this, then which of the following is not true, they are saying, not true. Okay, so what they want is limit n tend to infinity a power minus, I think option C we can verify. Or let's do one thing now. Which of the following is true? Let's do this. Okay, there is some misprint. Which of the following is true? So let's check C option first, whether it is true or not. So a power minus n is what you need to calculate. Can I write it as a power minus 1 into n? So A inverse, calculation of inverse is very easy, especially for 2 cross 2. Interchange the diagonal elements and turn the sign of, reverse the sign of non-diagonal elements. Now you have to divide B by determinant of A, which is 1. This is A inverse. Now a power minus 2, can anybody tell me? So 1, 0, minus 2 into 1. This is a power minus 2. A power minus 3, if you get 1, 0, minus 3 and 1. So a power minus n will be equals to what? 1, 0, minus n and 1. So I think option C is absolutely correct. Yes, everybody? Option C is correct or not? Now you have a power minus n. So you want a power minus n upon n, limit n tend to infinity. So just make it upon n. So 1 upon n and here also 1 upon n will look like this. And n is tending towards infinity. So limit n tend to infinity, correct? So this is going to 1 by infinity is 0. 0 by infinity is again 0. This is minus 1 and this is 0. So 0, 0, minus 1, 0. Option B is absolutely correct. And you know what? For 1 by n square, now if you multiply 1 more 1 by n, so this is 0, this is 0, this is 0, this will be also 0 because minus 1 by n will happen. Now everything will be 0. So option A will be wrong because this actual answer of option A should be all 4 should be 0. Then it will be correct. Right now it's not correct. Okay. Are we ready for the next question? This is JEE Advanced 2016 question. JEE Advanced 2016. Okay, so alpha over here is nothing but sine inverse 3 sine inverse 6 by 11, beta is 3 cos inverse 4 by 9. Then we need to talk about cos beta, sine beta, cos alpha plus beta and cos alpha. Okay, let's understand. We just need to know where exactly the sine inverse 6 by 11 will lie. Sine inverse 6 by 11. First of all, let me just draw this diagram. 0. Obviously, it is a positive value, 0, pi by 2. So, you have 30 degree which is pi by 6, then you have 30 degree, then 60 degree which is pi by 3. 30 degree is 1 by 2, 0.5, this is 1. And pi by 3, 60 degree is root 3 by 2 which is 0.7. Okay. And this 6 by 11 value, can anybody tell me? So, 11, this is actually approximately sine inverse 0.5 something, 0.5 something, slightly greater than 0.5. So can you see alpha by 3, right? This is your graph and this will be your alpha by 3 which is lying between pi by 6 to pi by 3, yes or no? So alpha by 3 is less than pi by 3 but greater than pi by 6. Now if you multiply everything by 6, so pi by 2, alpha is lying between pi by 2 and pi, less than pi but greater than pi by 2. So alpha is lying between second quadrant. Are you getting it? Similarly, we are going to do the same thing. Beta by 3 is nothing but cos inverse 4 by 9. 4 by 9, so 9 4s are 36. So this is approximately cos inverse 0.4. Now let's draw the graph of, again, because this is positive 0 pi by 2, this is the graph of cos x. 60 degree pi by 6, which value is what? 0.5. Pi by 3, sorry. Pi by 3 value will give you this, 0.5. Okay, so you want 0.4. So now your value is again lying between pi by 6 to pi by 3. Okay, your beta is actually lying between what? Okay, so beta is actually lying between, beta is 0.4. So this is your 0.4. This is your beta. Beta by 3 actually. So beta by 3 is less than pi by 2 and greater than pi by 3. Multiply 3. So beta is greater than pi and 3 pi by 2. So pi to 3 pi by 2. So this is your beta which is lying in third quadrant. Okay, beta lying in third quadrant. Alpha in second, beta in third. So alpha lying in second quadrant means pi by 2 to pi. Beta lying in third quadrant means pi by 2, sorry, pi to 3 pi by 2. Correct or not? Yes? Okay. So alpha plus beta, can anybody tell me? So pi by 2 plus pi is 3 pi by 2, comma 5 pi by 2. So alpha plus beta is lying in this quadrant, 3 pi by 2 to 5 pi by 2. That means first and fourth quadrant. Now understand. Yes. Cos beta. Beta is lying in third quadrant. Cos of third quadrant, ASTC, is positive. That is incorrect. Cos beta. Beta lying in third quadrant is positive. That's incorrect. Sin beta less than 0. So third quadrant, this is your beta. Sin is negative, which is true. Now cos alpha plus beta, or alpha plus beta. So cos this alpha plus beta either is in first or fourth quadrant. Now cos first and fourth quadrant is always positive, right? All and cos. First and fourth quadrant for cos is always positive. And cos alpha, by the way, alpha is where pi by 2 to pi. So this is your alpha. Alpha lying in second quadrant will give you only sign positive, hence cos is negative. Option D is also true. Everybody getting it? Yes? Done, done, done. Shall we move on to the next problem? Another easy problem on your screen. Three more questions, then we'll wind up. Yes, Sanskriti? This is now this is also an easy question. I'm telling you now, throughout the mock you will find 3 to 4 easy questions. The very first question was easy, the matrices question was easy. This is the third question which is easy. Okay? Alright, let's do it. If fx is equals to 0 to x sin t by t. Okay, so can I just apply Leibniz theorem, f dash x is equals to sin x upon x. Sin x upon x. This is your f dash x. Now understand, x is always positive. X is always positive. So see, f dash x is nothing but sin x by x, where x is positive. So f dash x positive or negative will depend on sin x. Okay, let's start from, since x is positive, we are going to start with 0. This is 0, pi by 2. Zero, pi by 2, pi, 3 pi by 2 and 2 pi. Okay. Then we are having 2 pi plus pi by 2. 5 pi by 2 and 3 pi. And 3 pi के बाद 7 pi by 2, 4 pi. Correct क्या? So sign is positive in first quadrant and second quadrant. So I think I don't need pi by 2. Over here there is no sign change. So in first two quadrants sign is positive, last two quadrants sign is negative. So we need to delete this also. So we can just mark it as actually 0 pi, better. Let us draw this. 0 pi, 2 pi, 3 pi, 4 pi. So now your f dash x is positive here, so your graph will be increasing. This is graph of fx. Pi to 2 pi negative, sin x is negative, na? X to is always positive. Then negatives are decreasing, then increasing, then decreasing, increasing. So can you see at 0, 2 pi, 4 pi? That means at even pi, you are going to get local minima. And at odd pi, you are going to get local maxima. Yes? Even pi, local minima, odd pi, local maxima. So local maxima, odd pi. No, this is wrong. Local maxima, odd pi. They are talking about even pi. No. Local minima at, yes, option B is correct. Minima at even pi and maxima at odd pi. So B and D are the correct answer. B and D are absolutely correct. What do you think? Is it an easy question? Yes? Next question is a slightly difficult question, I would say, but very, very interesting question. Very, very interesting question. The only thing is, if you solve this question, there will be learnings. But if you see this question, majority of the time, you won't be able to decode this question. Okay, now understand. The understanding of the question is very easy. The solution is also very easy. But striking the things is the most difficult part in this question. And this is a very specific thing about JEE Advanced problems, that you read the question, you will understand the question, but then after that you are clueless. How to proceed? What should be your step number 1? And then you keep doing something or the other thing. You don't know the algorithm, you don't know that what to do, but whatever you have, calculate something and eventually one thing will lead to another. That will give you the answer. Okay? So yes, E1 and E2. Be two ellipses whose centers are at the origin. E1 and E2 are two ellipses whose centers are at origin. The major axis of E1 lie along x-axis and E2 lie along the y-axis. Let's plot the graph first, okay? Let's plot the graph. E1 and E2 be ellipse. So E1 is the horizontal ellipse and E2 is the vertical ellipse. X-axis is the major axis of E1 and y-axis is the major axis of E2. Correct or not? This graph is good. Understanding this one by one, step by step. S be a circle. The straight line x plus y is equals to 3 touches curve S, E1 and E2. So now we need to draw a straight line which is tangent to both the ellipse, and your circle too. So the circle I am trying to draw just like this. No need to draw the complete circle. Only this will work. Okay. So P, Q and R. So tangent to the circle will be touching at P. Then you have E1. So this is your PQ and this is your R. Understanding the diagram? Yes, everybody. This is your R, where PQ and PR, these two quantities, these two length are equal, 2√2/3. Now what we need to do is we need to comment on E1 and E2. The very first thing what we can do, see, we don't have equation of ellipse. We don't have A and B. Okay, so all you have to do is, see, if at all this is the first ellipse, equation is x square by a square plus y square by b square is equals to 1, and this ellipse, x square by a square plus y square by b square is equals to 1. Okay, these are the two ellipses. We don't have the equations, right? But we do have equation of this circle and we do have equation of its tangent as well. So what we can do is, with these two, we can actually find point P, point of contact, by doing t is equals to 0. See, this is x square plus y square minus 2y is equals to 1. This is your equation of circle. Now using t is equals to 0, it will be x x1 plus y y1 minus y minus y1 is equals to 1. Okay. Now as per the question, x by 3 plus y by 3 is equals to 1. See, 1, 1. Now these two are identical equations. Compare it. So x1 upon 1 by 3 is equals to y1 upon 1 by 3 is equals to, now, sorry, not y1, hold on, y1 minus 1 is equals to 1 by 3 and 1 plus y1 is equals to 1. Can you see this? Yes? Or else what you can do is, rather than doing this, see, x x1 plus y, if you take common, y1 minus 1 is equals to 1 plus y1. Next is x plus y is equals to 3. Compare these two equations, right? So x1 upon 1 is equals to y1 minus 1 upon 1 is equals to 1 plus y1 by 3, right? So let's compare these two. y1 minus 1 is equals to 1 plus y1 into 3. So 3 y1, so 2 y1 is equals to 4. y1 is coming out as 2. The moment y1 is 2, x1 is equals to 1. So the point is 1, 2. This P point we have got, which is 1, 2. Now see, understand what is happening. This is your point P, which is 1, 2. This is your PR and this is your PQ. The distance is given to you 2 root 2 by 3 and this is 2 root 2 by 3. This line equation we know. This line has an equation x plus y is equals to 3. So slope of this line m is equals to tan theta is equals to minus 1. So theta is 3 pi by 4. So remember that thing. How many of you remember you can actually get R and Q by using parametric form of straight line? Parametric form of straight line. Remember, x1 is x is equals to x1 plus minus r cos theta and y is equals to y1 plus minus r sin theta. So x will be x1. x1 is 1 plus minus r. r is 2 root 2 by 3. So 2 root 2 by 3 cos theta. Cos 3 pi by 4 is minus 1 by root 2. And y is equals to 2 plus minus 2 root 2 by 3. Sin 3 pi by 4 is 1 by root 2. Solve it taking positive sign. You are going to get one pair, and taking negative sign you are going to get another pair. Taking positive sign, so 1 root 2 cancel. So 1 minus 2 by 3, so that is 1 by 3. Taking negative sign, x coordinate you are getting. Okay, negative sign. So 1 minus 2 by 3. So 1 plus 2 by 3. 1 plus 2 by 3 is 5 by 3. Same here, root 2 cancel. So 2 plus 2 by 3. 2 plus 2 by 3. So 2 plus 2 by 3 is 8 by 3, y coordinate. And 2 minus 2 by 3 is 4 by 3. So now you have 1 point. Okay, so now just understand. 1 by 3 comma 8 by 3 is 1 point. So 1 by 3 comma 8 by 3 is r point. This is 1. And this is your 5 by 3 comma 4 by 3 is another point. Now you've got R and Q. R is 1 by 3, 8 by 3. Let me write it over here. R is 1 by 3, 8 by 3. And Q over here will be 5 by 3, 4 by 3. Make sure that, see, I have written 8 by 3. Given R coordinate will be 8 by 3. Because see, over here, y coordinate of point R will be higher, greater than y coordinate of your point Q. So that is why be very specific. This is your R, okay? So now you have got this. This is your point of contact, 5 by 3, 4 by 3, and this is it. So see, this is your ellipse. This is your thing, 5 by 3, 4 by 3 is the point Q, and this is your ellipse, x square plus y, x square by a square plus y square by b square is equals to 1. This is x plus y is equals to 3. Again, t is equals to 0, say you can actually get point of contact. You already have point of contact now, so like you just write t is equals to 0, say this equation x, x1. So x 5x by 3a square plus 4 by 3b square is equals to 1 is the equation of your tangent. And you already have the equation of tangent x plus y is equals to 3. Now compare. So if I just mark 3 over here, now if you compare, now see right hand side is 1. So 5 by a square, 3 cancel. 5 by a square is equals to 4 by b square is equals to 1 by 1. Yes or no? So from here a square is 5, b square is 4. So eccentricity now you can calculate. E square is equals to ellipse 1 minus b square by a square. So E is coming out as 1 by 5 square root. Okay, so now similar thing, exact same thing you have to do with the vertical ellipse. And you get the value of A and B and eventually do it. Okay, so this is 1 by 3, 8 by 3. 1 by 3, 8 by 3. And this ellipse is x square by a square plus y square by b square is equals to 1. And equation of line is also given. So yes, 1 by 3 x a square plus 8 by 3 b square y is equals to 1. And this is x by 3 plus y by 3 is equals to 1. 3 cancel. So clearly 1 by a square is equals to 8 by b square is equals to 1. So a square is 1, b square is 8, ellipse, eccentricity of ellipse, 1 minus minor upon major, 1 by 8. So this is nothing but e square is nothing but root 7 by 8. This is your e, root 7 by 8. Okay. Now as per the question, what do they want? As per the question, what do they want? Both the eccentricities are right in front of you, right? So E1 square, we have E1 square is equals to 1 by 5, E2 square is equals to 7 by 8. E1 square plus E2, 8 5s are 40. Then we have 7 5s are 35 plus 8. 43, option A is absolutely right. Okay, now product of these two and take square root. So 7 by 40 and square root. I think option B is also absolutely right and hence D is wrong. Then E1 square minus E2 square. So it is 1 by 5 minus 7 by 8 mod. So 5 8s are 40. Correct. 8 minus 35. 8 minus 35. I think this is also incorrect, huh? Only these two options are correct. Yes, C is also wrong. A and B are the correct options. You can check it out over here. What do you think? Good question, interesting question, everybody? Okay, now let me do one more question which is multiple correct type only. Okay, so fx is equals to 0 to x, then f of x plus pi is what? Okay, see f of x plus, this is fx, correct? So f of x plus pi, can anybody tell me? Just replace this x by x plus pi, that's it. So cos of sin t 0 to x plus pi okay, plus cos of cos t, and this is dt. Now separate it, f of x plus pi. See, you are looking f of x plus pi in terms of fx plus something. So just break it, na, 0 to x and x to pi. So 0 to x cos of sin t plus cos of cos t dt plus, this is x and x plus pi. Same, cos of sin t plus cos of cos t dt. Correct? This is your fx. So f of x plus pi is actually f of x plus x to x plus pi cos of cos t plus sin, cos of sin t dt. Okay. Now since this cos of cos t and cos of sin t, this particular thing is a periodic function. How many of you agree? How to find whether a function is periodic or not? If pi is the period, just focus on, just replace t by t plus pi. So this is cos of t plus pi. Now cos pi plus theta is minus cos theta, so minus cos t. Cos of minus cos t is cos of cos t. So this is remaining same. What about this? Cos of, replace sin by pi plus x. T by pi plus x. So sin pi plus t will be minus sin. Now minus negative sign. Cos of negative is again cos. So this is actually a periodic function with period pi. So the property of periodic function says that if a function is periodic, this x and x will get cancelled out. So this is 0 to pi. So this is your f of x plus 0 to pi. Same thing over here dt. And this is nothing but f of pi. So f of x plus f of pi is nothing but f of x plus pi. Getting it? Understanding it? So option A is absolutely right, but this is multiple correct. Now we need to check whether, see all the options you can see f of x plus something, f of x plus something. So f of pi can be written down as 2f of pi by 2 or f of pi by 2 or 2f of pi with the help of definite integration property, that we need to check. So f of pi is equals to 0 to pi cos of cos t plus cos of sin t dt. F of pi is 0 to pi cos of cos t plus cos of sin t dt. Correct? Got it? Now, applying a Queen's property on it. Remember what is Queen's property? 0 to 2a f of x dx is nothing but 0 to a f of x dx plus 0 to a f of 2a minus x dx. Remember, this is Queen's property. So 0 to pi. So what I'm going to do is, this is 0 to pi by 2. Same thing, cos of cos t plus cos of sin t dt plus 0 to pi by 2. Now, f of 2a minus x, 2a is this. So f of pi minus t, that's what they are trying to say. So t will be replaced by, this is f of pi minus t. So cos pi minus x minus cos x, anyway there is a cos negative will become positive. So I think we are going to get the same thing. So 0 to pi by 2 cos t plus cos sin t dt. Correct? So this is 0 to pi by 2, 0 to pi by 2. This is twice of 0 to pi by 2 and the same thing dt. So can you see twice, and this is f of pi by 2. So f of pi is nothing but double f of pi by 2. So f of pi is actually equal to double f of pi by 2. So option D is also correct. But this and this are wrong. Yes? Getting it? Understanding it? Okay. Yes. Now, let me do the last question of this day, which is an integer type question, everybody, and we are going to end this session. Okay. One integer type question I think we should do. See, this is your fx. And, okay. So, this is your fx. F of 9 they are saying is lambda. So they are talking about sigma f of k. So f of 1, f of 2, f of 3, f of 4 and all the way up to f of 9 is what you are looking for upon lambda. See, first of all, this is your fx. The very first thing which strikes in my mind is f dash x. Do you know how to calculate differentiation of a determinant? Okay, so what you need to do is, you need to go row wise or column wise. Let's go row wise this time. So f dash x. This time what you need to do is, your first row will be differentiated. So sign will become cos. So cos x plus alpha. This sign will also become cos x plus beta and cos x plus gamma. So first row will be, if you differentiate the very first row, na, it will be cos x plus alpha, cos x plus beta, cos x plus gamma, which is actually, so row 1 and row 2 will become equal when you differentiate the only row number 1. So this is going to give you a 0 plus. Now this time you have to differentiate row number 2, keeping other rows, row 1 and row 3 constant, but row 2 will be differentiated. So derivative of cos is minus sign. So now this is minus sign, minus sign, minus sign. Again, row 1 and row 2 are not identical, but actually row 1 and row 2 are negative of each other. So if you take minus sign common, then row 1, row 2 will become equal of each other. So this will also give you 0 plus. Now third row will be differentiated. Can you see? And row 1 and row 2 will be exactly constant. So third row if you differentiate, which is by the way a proper constant, derivative of constant will be 0, 0, 0. So third derivative, the third part of this derivative is also 0. That's how you differentiate a determinant. So f dash x is actually coming out as 0. This means that f of x is nothing but a constant. And that constant is also given, which is lambda. So f of x is lambda. So sigma lambda upon lambda, sigma 1 to 9. Lambda if you take common, the lambda sigma 1 upon lambda, lambda cancel. Sigma 1 starting from 1 to 9 is nothing but 9. So 9 is absolutely correct. Everybody getting it? Yes? Alrighty. Next. Okay. So now I am giving you a couple of questions in this PDF already as a JEE Advanced mock. So yes, you can just check it out. Solutions are also there. So just check it out. PDF will be available to you. I'm going to share it with you. And we are going to end this session right here. I hope that you have taken immense learning from this JEE Advanced mock. Okay. All right. Yes.